of Youth Development, and Dr. Jamila Ibrahim from the Ministry of Youth Development, Mr. Akinawade Pese, the Technical Advisor from GIZ. You excuse me if I missed out on the titles because I just got this list just a few minutes ago. Once again, good morning, everybody. This morning, standing before you, it gives me a lot of humbleness. I feel humble and delighted at the same time. Delighted because I know most of you are very busy people, and your presence here, I do not take it for granted. I know you should have been in your busy schedules. You should have been elsewhere doing other important things. But I feel your presence signifies the importance of this International Youth Day that we are all celebrating. And I know it deserves a lot of my appreciation to you for being here. It is with great pleasure and optimism that I address you today on this important Youth Day, a day dedicated to celebrating the energy, creativity, and resilience of the young people worldwide. I find the theme for this year to be very interesting and befitting. From awareness to action, empowering youth in Nigeria for the SDGs. This theme underscores the pivotal role that young people play in shaping the world that is not only prosperous, but also sustainable for future generations. According to the National Youth Policy in Nigeria, a youth is described as those from 18 to 35 years. However, 70% of the population in Nigeria are under the age of 30. It is therefore a fact that there should be no conversation regarding the sustainability of the future that can be held without the inclusion of the youth. Some people say there is nothing for us without us. Also, based on the statistics, I believe it is safe to say I'm speaking on this day representing the Nigerian youth empowerment for sustainable future, as the youth make up almost over 50% of the population. As we look at Nigerian society today, it is evident that we are facing a lot of challenges threatening the sustainability of the youth, with issues of climate change being one of such threat. It has become a thorn that has rippled into other social inequalities, such as food insecurity, internal displacement of people, increase in rural-urban or urban-rural divide, etc. Some schools of thought still doubt the phenomenon of climate change and how real the effects are. But I'm not going to stress you in proving that, because the declaration of food insecurity by the state president in Nigeria is real. The delayed rainfall leading to poor harvest in farmers is real. The inflation of prices of foodstuff due to scarcity caused by climate change is real. And I believe we can all relate to that. And the list can go on and on. Therefore, no need to stress you about the effects of climate change within us. Yet, in the face of these challenges, we at Oxfam hope in the energy, creativity, and determination of our youth. A popular saying that the youth are leaders of tomorrow, but I dare say that they are they are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders today. The youth need to be empowered and one frank, but we can build our youth for the future. Means equipping them with knowledge, skills, and opportunities to drive positive change in their communities and beyond. It means fostering a sense of agency and ownership over their future, enabling them to innovate, collaborate, and advocate for policies and practices that prioritize environmental stewardship and social justice. This is evident in the different initiatives under our project that prioritize young people such as climate justice youth ambassadors, the advocacy youth movement, the democracy campaign for youth and women initiatives, etc. Based on these approaches, young people today are already leading the change. They are spearheading national movements, demanding climate action, developing sustainable technologies, and promoting inclusive and equitable societies. Their voices are loud and clear, and their actions are resonating across the border. But to achieve real sustainable contribution to Nigeria as a nation, we cannot empower the youth in isolation. It requires a collective effort from governments and policymakers to businesses, civil society, and education institutions to create an enabling environment where young people can thrive, contribute meaningfully to sustainable development. Education is fundamental to empowerment. By providing young people with quality education that integrates sustainability principles, we not only prepare them for the challenges ahead, but also inspire them to become active agents of change in their communities. Their visit and holistic implementation of universal-based education scheme can make this very possible. Investment in youth, technology, and innovation is also crucial.
That video, ma send you the link.
And then it says, the foundation of every state is the education of its youth. By supporting young entrepreneurs who are developing sustainable solutions to local and global challenges, we can unlock new opportunities for economic growth while safeguarding our natural resources. If we are intentional in the implementation of the national policy, this will be overall for us. Most importantly, fostering inclusive and sustainable decision-making processes ensure that young people have a seat at the table where policies are formulated and decisions are made. Their perspectives, insights, and experiences are invaluable in shaping policies that are responsive to the needs and aspirations of the future generation. To the young people listening today, please know that your potential is, so seize every opportunity to make a difference. Challenge the status quo and inspire others to join you on this journey towards a more sustainable and equitable future. Those that will be honored in this event are just representative and embodiment of your contribution to enabling a sustainable future for Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. As a collective, as no award can quantify what the youth contribute to the nation. In conclusion, I say to all of us present that as we celebrate International Youth Day, let us recommit ourselves to empowering young people for a sustainable future. Let us harness our collective energy, creativity and passion to build a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive, where economic prosperity goes hand in hand with environmental stewardship, and where social justice is the cornerstone of our collective efforts. Let us empower youth for a sustainable future, one that can be proudly passed on to the next generation that will follow. Once again, many thanks for your attention on this important function, and let us ensure that youth participate in taking part in climate change initiatives. Let's leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makina. Please, a round of applause for that wonderful welcome address. I'd like to ask, what stood out for you in that welcome address? Anybody want to share your thoughts with me? Anybody? Anybody? I'll tell you what stood out for me. He said, and I quote this, "Youths are not the leaders of tomorrow. They are the leaders of today." Please, if you know that you are a leader of today, please, a round of applause for yourselves. I like the fact that the narrative is changing, and we can see it at work. Gone are the days when they say we are leaders of tomorrow. We're taking it from today. Let me hear you say we're taking it from today. We are leading today. Come on, say it confidently. We are leading today. A round of applause for yourselves once again. Thank you very much. I want to recognize some of our wonderful guests. Everyone here, you are special guests, but I'd like to recognize a few of wonderful individuals who we're honored to have with us in this meeting today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me with a round of applause to appreciate Augustine Eramem, the Employment and Migration Officer for ILO. Please, as we identify them, let's celebrate them. A round of applause, please. We're honored to have in our midst Matthias Dold, is the head political section, German Embassy in Nigeria. A round of applause, please. We have Chigo Aquara, the Special Assistant to the Federal Minister of Youth Development, Dr. Jamila Bayo Ibrahim, Ministry of Youth Development. A round of applause, please. And we have Akiwan Depers, the Technical Advisor Officer, GIZ. A round of applause, please. And then to you, who is gracing this event today, coming from whichever part of Abuja, and our people who are joining us virtually. A round of applause for yourself. A round of applause for yourself. And now we're going to celebrate people who are joining us virtually, because when they clap, we can't hear them. So please, a round of applause for our virtual participants. Thank you very much. So we have Honorable Titi Badamosi in our midst as well. She's the Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives, Monitoring and Delivery. Please let's appreciate Honorable Titi Badamosi as well. Thank you very much. I'm going to be asking us about the theme for today, so I hope you haven't forgotten. Well done. We'll move on now to the opening remarks. And to take the opening remarks, I will be inviting Joshua Alade. He's the founder and executive director of Network of Youth for Sustainable Initiative. Joshua Alade is an education and decent work policy advocate, passionate about positive youth and sustainable community development. He is the founder of the NGYouthSDGs, the Network of Youth for Sustainable Initiative, which is a youth-led civil society organization advocating for meaningful youth engagement in policies and programs that will enable them to lead and thrive. Joshua has a master's in sustainable development and was awarded the 2022 Young Pace Setter for Africa Development on Africa Day at the United Nations HQ. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Joshua Alade for the opening remarks. Please don't stop clapping until he gets here. Don't get tired, he's almost here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be standing on the existing protocols. It's really an honor and a privilege to stand before you today and as we celebrate International Youth Day. As I give this remark, I remember 2017 when this journey started. The journey of bringing young Nigerians together, bringing policymakers together, bringing the private sector and international organizations to celebrate the agency of young Nigerians. I am really, really very passionate about our country and the future of Nigeria, which is our young people. One of the things that stands strong for me and for this organization is the need to ensure that young people are able to participate now and in the future in policies and programs that would enable them to be able to lead and thrive. Today, we're not just here to talk about the SDGs. We're here to talk about how can we take action and make progress with young people. It's also an opportunity for us to look at the Summit of the Future happening in September. A perfect time for us to hold government, private sector, and international organizations accountable to supporting youth leadership. It's about the world that we want, the world we want to inherit, and more importantly, how can we ensure that young people are involved in this process? We, the youth of Nigeria, we're not just aware of the challenges happening around the world, we are living them. And we are ready to tackle them head on. Whether it's climate change, unemployment, inequality, or education access, we know that the road to 2030 and beyond is actually paved with our actions, our innovations, and our voices. The priorities and aspirations of young Nigerians are clear. We want a future where no one is left behind, where quality education and health care is provided, and where our environment is protected. We want a future where young people have access to the skills, the digital skills needed for now and in the future. As young people, we are not just beneficiaries. We are not the problem. We are actually contributors and leaders in ensuring sustainable development across Nigeria and in the world. And I'm reminded of these great words by Kofi Annan when he said, youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but the partners of today. As we look at this journey from awareness to action, young Nigerians are actually taking up responsibilities. We are transforming communities and driving progress. That's why today is really very important. We are going to be recognizing amazing young people who have been working actively in their communities for the SDGs. We're also going to be recognizing individuals who have been contributing actively to youth work in Nigeria. Today is an opportunity to come together. It's an opportunity to share ideas, build partnership, and most importantly, commit to actions that will drive real, lasting. One of us to reflect on this question: what more can we do? How can we, individually and collectively, push the boundaries of what is possible? How can we ensure that the voices and aspirations of young Nigerians are not just heard, but are at the forefront of the decisions facing our future? Yes, we know that the summit of the future is defining. Yes, we know that there's a lot of sacrifices we need to make as a nation. But how can we ensure that our leaders are held accountable? How can we ensure that representation, when it comes to the youth policy, acting on it, how can we ensure that youth leadership is mainstreamed in Nigeria? In closing, I want to remind each of us that the power to create change actually lies, the innovation, the drive, and the commitment to social justice and sustainable development. Thank you all for being here, for your passion, and for your unwavering commitment to making a difference. Let's make today not just a celebration of youth, but a powerful leap from awareness to action. Thank you all so much, and please enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua, for that speech. Really beautiful indeed, and a charge for us. So, just a reminder, when I say 2024 International Youth Day, what is our response? Amazing. Okay, let's do it proper. 2024 International Youth Day. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you very much. So quickly, we're going to do something interesting. I want us to shake up a bit. You know, we've been sitting, and we're beginning to get laid back. Just something that will shake you off a bit. Colors. We're going to play with colors. So I'm going to ask you to show me a color, and if you have it, you lift it up. Right? I like that we're all gorgeously dressed. I like her smile, the lady on the braids in that corner. Very beautiful smile. Thank you for sharing that in the room. So if I call out a color, you put it up if you have it. Are you ready? Somebody show me green. I like that. I see a lot of green caps. Is that green? Somebody show me red. Ah, that's a nice notepad. Great, that's a bag. And that's a baby. Somebody show me pink. Okay, she's identifying herself. She's wearing pink. Thank you very much. Great, your slippers. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody show me blue. Ah, amazing. I love the blue tie. Somebody show me yellow. I would think you would stand up. Beautiful. And the last one. Somebody show me gray. Ah, I thought we wouldn't have gray. But please, a round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you very much. We're honored to also have with us Mr. Dotun Omolaye, Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development. He's representing the Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development, Mr. Ayodele Olawande.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say a very happy International Youth Day to the beautiful faces I'm seeing here today, and I'm more than happy to be in your midst. Because of time, even though I have a lot to say about how beautiful you all look, I'll just go straight to my address. Distinguished guests, fellow Nigerians, and my esteemed youth, it is an honor to stand before you today on this momentous occasion of the 2024 International Youth Day. I extend my deepest appreciation to the Network of Youth for Sustainable Initiatives and Oxfam in Nigeria for inviting me to deliver this address. The theme of this year's celebration, From Awareness to Action, Empowering Youth in Nigeria for SDGs, is a powerful reminder of our collective responsibility to transform the future of Nigeria through the active participation of our youth. This theme resonates deeply with my role as the Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives, a role that allows me to contribute to building the future of Nigerian youth. Since assuming office, we have been steadfast in our commitment to supporting and enhancing youth initiatives across Nigeria. We are constantly ensuring that the Renewed Hope agenda meets its objective and that our youth are empowered to drive sustainable development in this country. Our approach is not just about creating awareness. It is also about moving from awareness to meaningful action. And so, we are focused on expanding collaborative partnerships with not just the private sector, but the non-profit sector as well. By strengthening relationships with government and non-governmental entities, we have enhanced our capacity to address the multifaceted challenges addressing our youth. In program development and implementation, we have launched new initiatives aimed at improving educational opportunities, vocational training, and entrepreneurial skills among young people. Through rigorous evaluations, we are continuously ensuring that our resources are not just allocated efficiently, but that we maximize the initiatives and their impact. We are also playing a very important role in advocating for youth-centric policies, influencing decision-making processes at local, regional, and national levels. And thus, we don't just speak to the young people who fill the elite space, but we also go down to the community youths. We have held several town hall meetings and youth engagement in different states, such as Kano, Katsina, Oyo, Ogun, Lagos states, respectively, as well as numerous Twitter spaces, what we now call X, to ensure that our virtual friends are not left behind in any of these initiatives or that they are not aware of the progress the government is making in their cause. It is vital that our young people are aware and take advantage of different initiatives rolled out by different ministries, departments, and agencies that align with the SDG goals, such as the goal 3, 4, 8, and 11. Here are some of these key initiatives. The Nigerian Youth Academy. The Nigerian Youth Academy provides a platform for empowering young Nigerians with knowledge, skills, and mentorship to unlock their potentials as they become future leaders. This initiative encourages that every young Nigerian must have at least 2 skills. We also have the Skilled Up Artisans initiatives that we call SUPER for short. And this aims to empower artisans, young artisans included, through tech-enabled skills trainings, licensing, and access to essential toolkits, promoting industry standard excellence. How can I forget NELFund? NELFund aims to increase access to higher education by providing interest-free loans to schools, students, and monthly allowances. The Nigerian Youth Investment Fund has also been relaunched with a capital of 110 billion naira, which improves access to finance for youth and youth-owned enterprises, generating employment and promoting active participation in national development. NITDA equally provides a platform for the young Nigerians to build digital skills and their capacity, offering free classes to enhance employability and entrepreneurial skills. NASENI, another agency of our government, focuses on job creation through raising the national economic well-being, such as Made in Nigeria mobile phones, CNG Keke Napep, and also solar irrigation systems, along with various training programs and opportunities for young people. And so the opportunities are many. As we move from awareness to action, It is important for young people, the youth of Nigeria, to understand that these initiatives and these goals work hand in hand. As we commemorate this day, let us all remember that it is not enough for us to be aware. We must act. The future of Nigeria depends on the actions we take today. And I want to urge every young Nigerian in this room today and those who are listening to us virtually to please seize the opportunities before them, participate actively in the initiatives government has rolled out for them, and contribute to building a more sustainable and prosperous Nigeria. Thank you, and may we continue to strive towards building a future for our nation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Titi Badamosi, the Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives, Monitoring and Delivery. That's to tell you that the Nigerian government has the young people at heart, right? And like she said, let's take advantage of the opportunities that are being rolled out and be a part of it. To take us further, still on Goodwill messages, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Matthias Dold, the head of political section at the German embassy in Nigeria. Please help me make welcome Matthias Dold for the Goodwill messages. Please, let's keep clapping. He's here. Thank you very much.
Seems I took too long to get to the stage. Good morning. I will follow my previous speakers and stand on existing protocol. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and especially dear youth, a great shift is taking place. Last year, Remal was the first artist to have over 1 billion streams for a single song on Spotify. I'm sure I don't need to tell you which song this is. Also last year, Burna Boy was the first African artist to sell out a stadium in the United States. Just a few weeks earlier, he had filled an 80,000 capacity venue in London. African fashion has its own shows in Paris and Milan. And in 2021, Tanzania-born Abdul Razak Gurna won the Nobel Prize in Literature. Nollywood is the world's second biggest film industry after Bollywood, and only then comes Hollywood. Even in my home in Germany, I hear Davido being played on the radio and in the supermarket. While populations in Europe are growing older, young Africans are taking their rightful spots on the world stage. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on the planet will be African. Nigeria will rise to be the world's 3rd largest country after India and China, with a projected population of 400 million. A seismic change is underway that will not only transform many African countries, but radically reshape their relationship with the rest of the world. This is mainly due to Africa's and Nigeria's youth. The success of Davido and Burna Boy show that young Nigerians can excel and hold the world in awe if only they are given the chance. It doesn't even take all that much. All that needs to be done for the next whiz kid to arise is to unleash the potential that is already here, simply by providing the enabling environment. It is for the same reason that the German government funds the Network for Youth for Sustainable Development Initiative Nigeria for their work on empowering youth civil societies to build stronger communities. It is for this reason as well that youth are included in all our cooperation on development in Nigeria. Nigeria's youth must be empowered in order to fulfill its potential. And today, you are rightfully demanding to be heard. Because a bulging youth population also holds challenges, think of food security, think of jobs, it is important that this trend is managed well. In order to do so, young people must be included in the decision making. Half of Nigeria's population is under 19. nearly 70% are under 30. And out of personal interest, I would like to say that there's also definitions of youth that say under 35. So, young people make up the vast majority of Nigeria's population. This needs to be reflected in politics. As the APC national youth leader, my dear friend Dayo Israel, said, if young people are not given a seat at the table, they will bring their own chair. Inspired in this way, I want to encourage all young people not just to make their voices heard, but also to actively and courageously contribute to a positive development by joining politics yourselves. It is your right, and you are needed. With this, I would like to thank the organizers of the event, and on behalf of the German government, wish you all Happy Youth Day 2024.
A round of applause once again. We'll be having special remarks from the Federal Ministry of Youth Development. But before we take that, let's take a quick exam. So I'm going to be asking us to call out the 17 SDG goals. And this is how we're going to do it. I don't know if we should do the whole 17 now or take it bit by bit. Okay, we'll take 5 from here. We'll take 5 from here. And because I love this row, we'll take 7 from here. Can we do that? 5 from here, 5 from here, 7 from my wonderful people. I mean, you're all my wonderful people. So let's go from here. Go on. Go 2. Go 3. Go 4. Go 5. That was a little bit. Go 5. Try again. So I like the uniformity. A good number of people are very aware. Let's see this part. Go 6. Go 7. Come on, people. Go 7. Do you want to help them from there? They said that you should hold on first. Go 7. Go 8. Take that again. Go 9. Take that again. Go 9. Go 10. Okay. Now, the middle row. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. We're going to echo 17 all together. Are you ready? 1, 2, go. 17. Amazing. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Indeed, young people are ready to take charge. A round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Chigo Aquara for the special remarks from the Federal Ministry of Youth Development. A round of applause for him. Chigo Aquara, who serves as the Special Assistant to the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Dr. Jamila Bayo Ibrahim. He will be sharing remarks from the Youth Ministry. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on all existing protocols, my name is Chigo Aquara, Assistant to the Honorary Minister of Youth Development. The theme of today has made me think a lot about talking too much. It's a perfect theme to drive the conversation forward in terms of action. And I know a lot of you here, or everyone here, is expecting a whole lot from the Federal Ministry of Youth Development. I must say a lot has been going on. A lot has been happening behind the scenes, and I'm going to touch on a couple of them. Honorary Titi already mentioned a couple of them, and I'll still touch on more. The Federal Ministry of Youth Development has 2 key departments. One is EYD and EDP. EYD is Education and Youth Development. The second one is Enterprise development, promotion. Those two departments are departments that are going to drive the economic strength for youth. And there are programs that are listed on these departments that we're going to be sharing a couple of them. Firstly, there was a quote from Dara Israel that you just mentioned right now, that if the youths are not given a seat by the table, the youth will bring their chair to the table. It will excite you that the federal government Executive Council has already created a 30% youth quota, which will allow the youth to have at least 30% opportunities across all MDAs. I think we should clap for that. Right, thank you. Also, there's been an initiative from the Federal Ministry of Youth Development called the PIEC. It's called the Presidential Initiative on Youth Enterprise Clusters. Now, this is an interesting one. It's not the common thing of saying the federal government is identifying one individual to fund their business, or going to one local government area because of one senator from somewhere to hire to empower one person or two people. The Federal Ministry of Youth Development is currently focused on getting clusters empowered. Across the country, there are mining clusters, there are textile clusters, there are leather clusters, there are fashion hubs, there are tech hubs, and these clusters are lacking some basic amenities. And the National Youth Investment Fund has been created. It's a 110 billion naira fund that's going to be given to businesses to empower themselves. This fund is a single-digit loan fund, and this fund will be targeted towards many youths across clusters. Right? So these initiatives are not just created overnight. They've been created across different months, different consultations, different engagements with youths. But now we've been taxed. Today is a very busy day. The Honorary Minister will have been here. But there are over 30-something events going on in the same area and across the whole country. And everyone is walking up and down, doing one or two things. My colleagues are also here. I'm shocked to see them here, but they have other things they're meant to do now. But for us now, it's more of action. The vibrant youth in this space have ideas. I can tell you that for a fact. We're in the office every day looking at proposals back to back to back. Every day we receive nothing less than 50 proposals. And we engage every single one of them. Awareness has happened. We understand. The Renewed Hope Agenda has been created to help the economy grow. But it starts from somewhere. It really does start from somewhere. Right now, I'm calling on every vibrant youth. Talk is cheap. I'm happy by this theme of this year. Talk is cheap. So now let's collaborate. Each and every one of us here works in one or two organizations. We know a couple of people in different international firms. We could start conversations. We don't need to wait for the federal government to create a program before we take actions. We have the brands like Oxfam, we have the United Nations, we have so many organizations. Let's engage them and let's also try to bring them close to us here. In the federal government, we create an enabling environment, we create platforms for these programs to thrive. So I'm asking and I'm also pleading that we bring our initiatives forward. The Federal Ministry of Youth Development is extremely youthful. Extremely youthful. We can't do everything by ourselves. It's like everybody has sat back to look and wait for what the federal government will bring to them. But there's more within this space. I can tell. I know a couple of faces I've seen here already from this stage. I know some people were here. Some people have programs and initiatives inside their minds. So let's take on optimism for today. That was a key word I brought to add today. So optimism, let's take optimism for today. Let's take it forward. Let's take that energy, bring it forward. Let's see how we could collaborate. Let's see how we could partner. 17 SDG goals and all, but I know that each and every one of us, if we group ourselves into small clusters of 4, we could target each of these goals, create programs, and work with the government to achieve these things. It's an open door policy going on now. People that have tried are already bringing their initiatives to the table. Not one idea is being done by the government alone. not single one idea. It's being done by youths, and youths are the major stakeholders in the economy. I'm a youth, and I've been in the private sector, but I'm finding myself here because I want to add something to the country. And for you people to create time to come here today, I believe there's something inside each and every one of everyone here. I'm also not a motivational speaker. I think I've learned to speak more because we engage youth every other day. So I've learned to do more. So for now, I would cut the talk short. Let's try to engage more. About the event here, let's try to connect. My colleagues are here in front of me. You can always reach out to every one of us. Let's get work going. Let's switch from awareness and just talking to action. Us too in the federal government, we want to try our best to put in more action to everything we've said we'll do. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Mr. Chigozie. Thank you so much. That being said, we're going to take, just give me a minute. We're going to take our keynote address right away. And to do the keynote address, please help me welcome Mr. Dotun Omolege, representing the Honorable Minister of State for Youth and Development. For youth development, that's Mr. Ayodele Olawande. A round of applause, please.
Build the youth. Build the youth. Build the youth. Good morning, everybody. This morning appears somehow cold. I don't know why. Can we do some kind of comrade activities this morning? Oh, yeah. This is the way I wanted to be. Oh. This is the way I wanted to be. This is the way I wanted to be. Oh. This is the way I wanted to be. Hey, I want to be a leader. Hey, I want to be a leader. Hey, I want to be a leader. This is the way I wanted to be. Thank you. My name is Comrade Dotun Omoleye. I'm the National Public Relations Officer, National Youth Council of Nigeria. I strongly believe that everybody here knows what National Youth Council of Nigeria stands for. It's the umbrella body of the entire Nigerian youth that has over 104 affiliate youth organizations cut across the Christian youth organizations, Muslim youth organizations, and community-based youth organizations. I'm standing in here this morning to represent the Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development, Mr. Ayodele Olawande, who is unavoidably absent due to other international youth engagement. Thank you for having me this morning. Permit me to present his remark to you. All protocols duly observed, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, vibrant Nigerian youth and all our partners in progress. It is with great pride and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today on this momentous occasion, marking the 2024 International Youth Day, with a theme from awareness to action, empowering youth in Nigeria for the SDGs. It is not just a call to celebrate, but a challenge to each of us to transform our aspirations into concrete actions that build a better Nigeria. We gather here today to recognize the indispensable role of our youth in shaping a sustainable and inclusive future. Across every sector, in every community, and in every movement for positive change, it is the young people of Nigeria who are leading the charge, innovating, adapting, and pushing the boundaries to achieve the sustainable development goals. Under the dynamic leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, we have seen an unprecedented commitment to youth empowerment. The President has not only recognize the essential role of youth in our national development, but has also taken bold and transformative steps to ensure that young Nigerians are empowered with opportunities to excel and lead. Moreover, President Tinubu's strategic appointment of young Nigerians to key positions within the government underlines the belief that our youth are not just leaders of tomorrow, but the leaders of today. These appointments are opening new avenues for young people to influence policies and initiatives that have far-reaching impacts, proving that youthfulness is not just a barrier, but a catalyst for national development. One of the many examples of those people that have benefited from the benevolence of Mr. President, which he has identified young people to drive many policies of his administration, is Honorary Titi Badamosi, who is here today standing as the Special Assistant to the President on youth initiatives and monitoring. That shows that the President believes in us, not just her, because with the young people, we can go a long way. However, I must acknowledge the economic challenges we face today. It may seem as though there is a dislocation in the economy. And indeed, these are rough times. But history has shown us that it is during such times that new economic vistas are born, times that call for resilience, creativity, and innovation. Nigeria has been here before. We faced similar challenges during the economic reforms of the 1980s, particularly with the banking deregulation. Many doubted the wisdom of those reforms at that time. Yet, they created a fertile ground for the emergence of new industries and opportunities. It was in those times that those with the wealthiest individuals in Nigeria today, particularly in the banking sector, began their rise. These policies created a new wave of Nigerian billionaires who have since gone global, expanding the influence and reach of Nigerian banking. Today, we find ourselves at another crossroad, and the opportunities for our youth are vast. It is time like this that demand more solutions providers, innovators who can turn challenges into opportunities, entrepreneurs who can create new industries from the ground up. The policies of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu have laid the groundwork, but it is up to you, the youth of Nigeria, to seize these opportunities and carve out your place in history. My call to action to you today is simple, yet profound. Be bold, be innovative, and take the full advantage of the multiple opportunities created by the President. This is your moment to rise, to lead, and to create industries and solutions that will not only address today's challenges, but will also define the future of our great nation. The 10 Youth Spotlight Award winners we honor today are living proof of what can be achieved when young Nigerians are given the chance to thrive. They have taken action, driven change, and made an indelible impact on their communities and beyond. Let their stories inspire you to do the same. Before I conclude, I must commend the organizers of this event, the NGYouthSDGs, and Oxfams in Nigeria, for their forward-thinking approach and their alignment with the vision of our current government. By spotlighting young Nigerians who are contributing to the SDGs, you are not only celebrating their achievements, but also reinforcing the commitment of this administration to youth empowerment. Your efforts are truly commendable and serve as a model for others to follow. In conclusion, I assure you that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu remains unwavering in its commitment to supporting our youth. Together, let us transform awareness into action, action into innovation, and innovation into lasting progress. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all for listening.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Joshua Alade. Thank you very much for that keynote address. The keynote address is hinged on inspiring intergenerational collaboration for inclusive youth development and sustainable future. And I hope that so far you are being inspired. Are you being inspired? That's very cold. Are you being inspired? Are you being inspired? 2024 International Youth Day. Where did you go? Please help me tap your neighbor, say come back. Tap your neighbor, say come back. Ask them, are you back? What did they say? 2024 International Youth Day. Now we're home. 2024 International Youth Day. I like that. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves, please. To take on the conversation, we will go straight into another segment of this wonderful event. Please, I want our virtual participants to know that we appreciate them, we see them, not literally, but we feel them, right? Please help me appreciate our virtual participants so that they know that we're feeling them, we're connected, we're all together. All right, so we'll go to the next segment on the agenda for today. That is the announcement of the Oxfam Green Challenge awardees and induction into the CJYA network. That is the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors Network. And to do that, I have the honor of bringing to the podium Mr. Kenneth Akpan for the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Mr. Kenneth Akpan for the announcement. Please, a very warm round of applause, please. As Mr. Kenneth makes his way up to the podium. Don't stop clapping. Come on, that's one of the things that we're going to be doing today. Let's appreciate Mr. Kenneth as he comes forward.
Great Nigerian youths, the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian youths. I'm sorry, I'm not a youth. First, I want to apologize to the young people here, because I'm sure when you see my gray hair, you'll be saying, what's this old man doing here? This is supposed to be a youth affair. I'm a young person as well. Youth at heart. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? So my name is Dr. David Michael. I'm the Executive Director of GSEP. Today we have two sets of awards. And the first one is the Green Challenge Award, an award by Oxfam in Nigeria. And the second set of awards is the Youth Spotlight Award. And I know that some of the awardees are here and their heart is already doing ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Can we put our hands together so that we can just help calm their temperature down? Yeah, so for the first set of awards, the Green Challenge, I will hand over to my boss, Mr. Kenneth Akpan, to just briefly tell us what the Green Challenge Award is, and then we'll call the winners upstage. Mr. Kenneth.
Thank you very much. Great Nigerian youth, great Nigerian youth, greatest Bagba, greatest Bobo, greatest. All right, I wanted you to continue to complete that. It's a pleasure being here, and I'm very happy that we have young people living in government, and they have also told us what they are doing in that space. This is an opportunity, these kinds of gathering, for us to engage youth and also to tell them what the government is doing. I feel personally that that gap can be breached by these kinds of engagement, just like the honorable reps actually, presented here. The more we engage the youth, we can tap into their restiveness, we can tap into their potentials, and also see how we can channel them positively. We are proud today as Oxfam to engage youth. We have been working with youth, and they have always been the core of our engagement. to see how we can push for more leadership, more civic space engagement, and also position them for leadership tomorrow. The Oxfam Green Challenge came up as part of the ASCJ project, which is called the African Activities for Climate Justice. It's actually a project where we want to amplify the voices of Africans, no matter where they are, as climate change impacts and affects them, most especially when we talk about the vulnerable communities. So as part of that project, we saw a need to also engage the youth on that platform and come up with an annual competition, which this is the third year, where youth can talk about innovative ideas, share their actions in the field and in their communities around what they are doing in the face of climate change and challenges. And today, we have 10 finalists, and which we are going to, call out. But unfortunately, some of them couldn't make it to this ground physically, but we have some of them that are physically present, and we want to use this opportunity to do the national announcement of who the winners are. So on ground, those that are around, I want to call, in no particular order, Dennis Samson, to come up stage. Olajimoke Mary to come up stage. Oluwatobi Lola to come up stage. Marvelous to come up stage. Honor, Marvelous Honor. These are youths that have, and then Theophilus Venn, who will be represented by Terence, to also come up stage. He couldn't make it here physically. These are youths that have distinguished themselves in their own little capacity and little way on climate change, impact, innovations, even digitally, on how to solve the common problems we have. One of them is thinking, or has even gone into production of edible containers, whereby you serve people drinks and eat your cup. He calls it edible cup. That way, it solves that problem or challenge of plastic waste in our community. So these are the kinds of people we are honoring today. And to present this award, let me hand over to Mike, Dr. Mike.
So the 5 young people standing before us, we don't know who is first, we don't know who is second, we don't know who is third. But to get the 5th and 4th position, may I invite Mr. Matthias Dodd from the German missions in Nigeria to do us the honor of doing this presentation. Okay. For the 5th position, I hate to be INEC chairman. For the 5th position is, welcome, sir.
Thank you, good morning.
Okay. The 5th position goes to Olajumoke Mary. Bring the bag. Congratulations, Mary. The young ladies doing us proud. For the fourth position, we have the cultural troupe that want to perform here this afternoon. And they are ready. So just relax. Nigerian youths also dance very well. I hope you'll be around to join them. All right. Okay. So for the fourth position, we have Dennis Sampson. Thank you. You can go back to your seat now. So we have three people whose temperature is very high standing. To do the next set of presentation, I have the singular honor to invite Honorable Titi Badamosi. She has gone? Oh. Oh. Mr. Chigo, sorry? Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The third runner-up. My apologies, I forgot to mention that the fifth runner-up, who is Olajumoke, is from Mina in Niger State. Why Dennis Sampson should have actually been the first because he's from Abuja. But he's from the Republic of Gwagwalada, that's why maybe. Okay. The third runner-up go to, let me see their faces. Mr. Oluwatobi from Ibadan. There is iPhone 35. There is a very good smartphone in that box for you to use and tell your story better. Congratulations. So we are left to know the first and so now we have to know who is first. Let me check. Okay. All right. The doctors have given me the permission to go ahead and make the announcement. The second runner-up go to ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, sir. We have someone else to do. Thank you. Yes.
He told me I shouldn't put pressure on them, so I should just calm down.
He was standing there and putting pressure on them. So the next set of award will be presented by Mr. Akinwade from GIZ Nigeria. And the second runner-up goes to Mr. Theophilus Venn. Thank you so much. We have our winner. This is gender something something. So to present this award is no other than the country director of Oxfam, Mr. John McKenna. If you want to join, you're welcome, sir. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, GJ. I just want to say something about this young lady. Honestly, I did not know that you would be the winner, but there's something that happened. You notice that many of the awardees are not here today. We had issues with flights. So while we're booking flights, we called her and we couldn't get a flight from Port Harcourt because she's from Rivers State, from Port Harcourt. And so we told her, unfortunately, we cannot get a flight for you. So maybe if you win, we'll send the award to you. But she told us, can you get a flight in any nearby state? I just want to come. And the closest we could get was in Delta Asaba. You know the distance between Asaba and Port Harcourt. And she had to go by road to Asaba to connect to be here today. And seriously, she did not know that she would win it. Did you know? Did you have an idea? Congratulations.
I think for me, it's the excitement that I have knowing the #1 winner of this competition. Not just any youth, but a female youth. Recently, we had an event where we are celebrating women, the female food heroes. And we're talking about how much they are involved in the whole agricultural process, but benefiting very little. This is I think, clear evidence of how things are changing among us. So congratulations to you.
And she goes home with a brand new latest computer laptop.
And when I fall down.
Just to, thank you for coming out. Just to mention what Mavi does, just go to our webpage, right? Maybe you talk a little bit about yourself so people will know. You can learn a lot from her. Just
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, this is the most remarkable moment in my life. The truth is that I don't like competitions, but there was something different about this one, and then I decided to join. Well, I'm a farmer. Currently, I work in a poultry farm, but then I got interested in going into crop production. I don't even know where to start from, so I started learning things on YouTube. From there, I had to begin a training by Leverage Fresh Limited, and ever since then, in fact, I love agriculture as it stands now. When I started, I told myself and my Facebook followers that the reason why I am so much interested in agriculture is because of the fact that looking at the world today, most young persons are no longer interested in farming because they see farming as occupation for poor people. So I took it upon myself, even as I'm advocating for zero hunger, I'm also taking action in doing something in my own community. And ever since then, some young persons are also doing something, and I'm also training them one way or the other. So why I decided I would do this is because I want to be a beacon of hope to a lot of young people out there, so that they will know that there are opportunities in agriculture, in promoting and advocating for sustainable development goals. So I'm very happy. I never expected this. Like, I'm overwhelmed. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
thank you very much. So we can feel the originality in all of this. You need to follow on Facebook to see what this young woman has been doing on her own. She didn't know this would come. And we think this will also project and also encourage her and more youth to do more. We just had a protest of hunger. We can solve this problem ourselves. Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause for all the winners, please. A round of applause. So we'll take a group photo. So I want to encourage our distinguished guests to please join us upstage. Would you, a group photo, please? Yes, please. Please, let's do that quickly. Let's join them for a group photo. Mr. Chigo Medukwe, please join us for a group photo upstage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Back down. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is the beginning of new and big things. It tells you that Nigerian youth are very active, we're innovative, and we're taking the world. We are active, we're innovative, and we're taking the world. A round of applause for every young Nigerian in this room. Wonderful young people. So still in the spirit of awards, we're going to be spotlighting some young individuals who have again done so well across fairs in Nigeria. But to do that, I will have two beautiful ladies join me to do that on stage. Please help me welcome Opeyemi as she joins me, and Bolu Ajayi as they join me on stage for the Youth Spotlight Award. A round of applause, please, as they make their way. We'll also be having the Honorary Awards happening right here. So please encourage everyone as we give the awards a round of applause. Someone will always say, keep clapping until it is your turn. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we are enjoying the celebration. And happy International Youth Day. Happy International Youth Day. All right, thank you so much. So, in the spirit of our award, as Maureen Keji has said, there are young peoples across Nigeria, just as the theme has said, from awareness to action. So, there are young people across different states in Nigeria who are already localizing solutions for the achievements of the SDGs. And these young people, you might not know them, I might not know them, but through this IYD, right, we are actually putting the light on them, we are shining the light on them, that these are young people who are not just folding their arms, but actually taking action to ensure that towards the goal of 2030, we are able to reach there, even as a country. So join me in welcoming and awarding these young people. They actually competed for it out of several applications, over 100, but these 10 people actually came top. So we are spotlighting 10 young people, and we've been doing this for the past 2 years, right? We've been able to spotlight like 20 young people who, through the award, have been able to even do amazing things in promoting their social impact work. And this year, we have another 10 sets of young people who we are shining light on today. And the first person on the list I will be calling is Muhammad Osman. And his work is towards the SDG 4. Muhammad Osman. I would have to call on Mr. Akiwande PS to kindly help us present this award to him. Muhammad. Please let's clap for him. It's not easy. Oh. It's not easy to be promoting action for SDG 4. He shared the story yesterday. He's working with Anabanjiris in the northern states. And, you know, it's actually quite inspiring. He's also 19 years old. Please, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Thank you, sir. The next person we'll be calling is Pelemo Nyajo. She works for SDG 4 and 5. Pelemo. Huh? All right. So the next, she's not correctly around. The next person is Maureen Keji Olaniro. And she works for SDG 4 and 5. We met, okay. Oh, Pelemo is here. Please, let's clap for her. Let's clap for her. I will call on Mr. Augustine Erame from International Labour Organization to kindly help present this award. Okay, all right. Please let's clap for fellow, can you please? Please let's clap for her. While we are waiting for the media to actually come on, and also Badamosi award, we'll actually have to hand over to the MC now.
All right. So I'm told that we need to, move on, speed on with the activities. So we had considered taking a pause on the spotlight and allow the dancers, the traditional dancers, come and, entertain us. However, just so that we're able to save time, we will have all the awardees come line up here so that they can get the award. We do it once and for all. Is that fine? Is that fine? So please, let's have all, as they come up, we'll call their names. They will come up stage. Let's just appreciate them as they come up stage all at once. So I will hand over the microphone now to Okpeyemi. She has the list of all the awardees. We're going to call them out to all come forward at the same time. So let's do that right away so that we save time. Okay, so we'll continue.
Pelamo Usman, thank you. All right, so the next person is Nature Oboro Edits. Please let's clap for her. And she works for SDG 4 and 8, Quality Education and Decent Work. The next person is Yusuf Amayau, sorry. Yusuf Amayau. Yusuf is here, I saw him. Oh yes. He works for SDG 13, that's climate action. And we also have David Eze Onyekwere. Sorry, pardon me, please. David, we have David. He works for SDG 13. And we also have Ruth Key, who works for SDG 4 and 5. Ruth. All right, the next person we have here is Abubakar Sadiq Ahmad. Abubakar Sadiq Ahmad. Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. We also have Nice Franca Abushi, and she works for SDG 8. Let's clap for her. All right, we have Chinoso Okafor, who works for SDG 4, 8, and 13. SDG 4, 8, and 13. All right, so thank you so much. We're going to call on Mr. Austin to actually help us present the awards to them. So we have them. Some persons are not here. Let's clap for them.
While we do that, can we have something light in the background? Thank you very much. And the traditional dancers should please prepare. They'll be coming up next. Thank you.
Stand up for the champions. just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, 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 for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
All right, so thank you so much. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them as they go to their seats. Let's clap for them as they go to their seats. Let's clap for them as they go to their seats. So the next set of awards we want to do is the Honorary Award. And these are for older people, right? Who has been supporting the work of young people. So I don't know, does it get the gist? So older people who have been supporting the work of young people, like these people have gone ahead of us and they've been contributing so much to the work that young people are doing. So I'm just going to call on Joshua Alade, the Executive Director of NGYouthSDGs, to help us present this award to these people, that we see them, we understand the work they are doing in supporting young people, and we want to appreciate them on this day of International Youth Day. And the first person I will be calling, these people don't know, they didn't know that we are awarding them today. So the first person I'll be calling is Dr. Mike Terungwa. Please, let's clap for him. Dr. Mike Terungwa. Please, let's call Dr. Mike. Let's clap for him until he climbs up. Oh, it's not easy. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Until he comes up. Dr. Mike has been supportive, right? Supportive of young. You even see the way he was talking when he came on stage. So let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping for him. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping for him. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please do Ugba. Your attention is needed at the registration desk. Do Ugba. Please, your attention is needed at the registration desk. If you can hear me, just make your way to the registration desk. I also want to note, just in case you need to use the convenience, there is a door to my left, which will be your own right, and my own right, your own left. The door leads you to the convenience, just in case. All right? A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much for an amazing time with you. Please, a round of applause. So right about now, we want to go traditional. So I want us to make welcome the traditional dancers as they give us their very best. It will remind us of who we are. We are Nigerians, right? And our culture is really beautiful. Am I correct? Wait, do I have Igbo people in the house? You are sleeping. Do I have Yoruba people in the house? How do we greet in Yoruba? Please forgive me, I'm Yoruba, but I don't think we have a special. If you're Yoruba in the house, Ekaro. Say, oh, Ekaro. So if we go to the north, I'm thinking, Nakwana, Sanunku. Where are my northerners? Sanunku. What's supposed to be the response? Ma? I should say Sanunki Kema. Sanundi Kema. Oh my goodness. Indigo Kwenu. Ekaro. Sanunku. A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please. So we will have the traditional dancers come to serenade us with a beautiful performance. please rise up and celebrate our culture. If you're a Nigerian in the room and you are proud, please rise up and a round of applause. Let's appreciate that cultural display. I'm proud. I'm so proud to be a Nigerian. That was beautiful. I was tempted to join them. I just had to caution myself because I do not think I have as much energy as they do. A round of applause once again. Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. It depicts how beautiful our culture is here in Nigeria. Right about now, we would have our panel discussion for today. Our panel discussion for today. It has been a wonderful time here. And let's not forget that this event is a 2-day event. Now, today being the day one, our focus theme is decent work and active citizenship. Decent work and active citizenship. And a panel discussion will be happening right about now. The topic is youth and future generations, addressing the priorities for Nigeria. Now, these are some of conversations that interest a lot of young people. They want to know what are the priorities here in Nigeria. So we're going to be discussing that. And I will introduce the panel moderator, and he will go ahead to introduce the panel speakers, and the conversation will start proper. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panel moderator for today, Mr. Alfred Akerele. Mr. Alfred Akerele has over a decade of experience in the non-profit sector and is a seasoned professional dedicated to driving impactful change through strategic project management, resource mobilization, and policy advocacy. Mr. Alfred led the Nigerian Youth SDGs network in Ondo State from the year 2020 to 2022 and was a member of the Nigerian Youth Employment Action Plan State Implementation Committee. His dedication to youth engagement was recognized when he received the Nigerian Youth Future Awards Fund, the NYFF, individual grant in 2022. He's also a one-campaign African champion, and in his career, he has secured and managed grants totaling over $4.5 million from prominent donors, and is currently working as a grant analyst at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Mr. Alfred Akerele, who will be our panel moderator for today. A round of applause, please. And while our panelists, Mr. Alfred would introduce our panelists for us, the second award to the older generation, someone representing the older generation who is constantly supporting young people, he will be awarded here while our panelists are seated for us to take the panel session. Okay, please, are we ready for that? Mr. Alfred, you're welcome. A round of applause, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So we're going to go straight to the conversation, and I will be inviting the panelists, and I crave your indulgence to please appreciate them by clapping whilst they are coming. The first person is Farida Yaya. Please make your way up front while I read your profile. Is he here? Okay, please appreciate her as she comes forward. She is a seasoned social entrepreneur and leader with over 14 years of experience in media, community, and social development sector. And she's currently the president of Mandela Washington Fellowship Alumni Association of Nigeria. Please celebrate her as she takes her seat. The next person is Francisca Ede. All right, please appreciate her as she comes. Francisca is an advocate for inclusive governance and climate justice with a bachelor's degree from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. She's skilled in advocacy and project management, and she promotes equity in leadership and climate-related issues through various campaigns and social impact projects. Please, once again, let's appreciate her as she sits. The next person is Yemisi Isdi. I just believe I pronounced that very well. So please appreciate her as she comes forward. We are young people. Can we put our hands together? Don't worry, the tea break is ready, and I know the lunch is also on the way. So please, feel free to clap She's committed to supporting ambitions of professionals and entrepreneurs to build profitable and impactful brands by gaining clarity, understanding finance, and accessing funding. She led the Trips Africa, which promotes financial inclusion by making it easier for undeserved businesses making 5 million or less in Nigeria and across Africa. Thank you so much, my panelists. And the last but not the least is Mr. Shegun from YouTube. I believe he just stepped out. Maybe he's going to join us. So thank you. Let's go.
Just so before we start the panel conversation, thank you very much for joining us on the podium. We'll have the award, the final award that will be given out today. So please help me welcome Mr. Joshua as he will be calling out the... Okay, please.
Thank you so much. You know, you remember I said there are older people who are supporting younger people, right? They are 5. They didn't know that we are spotlighting them today, honoring them for the work they are doing. So we've called Dr. Mike earlier, and the next person I will have the honor of calling right now, he does not know, so it's going to be a shock to him. And I want to see the expression on his face. And this person is no other than Mr. Friday Ode from Accountability Lab. He's the country director for Accountability Lab. So I can see the expression on his face already. Please, let's clap for him till he climbs up. Let's keep clapping to him till he climbs up. It's not easy, so let's keep celebrating him. The other 3 people are Mr. Roland Kayanja from the United Nations, Ms. Fatima Askira, and also Ms. Raquel. But due to other responsibilities, they are unable to make it here today, but we celebrate them and we are giving shout out to them. So let's celebrate Mr. Friday. Let's celebrate him. He wants to show us that he's a young person. Look at him, he's wearing jersey and chin. Thank you so much, sir. MC Moranike.
All right, thank you so much for that. And we're just going to go straight to the conversation. You have like, due to our time, you have like 1 minute, 30 seconds for your first questions, and we just get engaging. So I'm going to start with, I'm starting with you first, so you just come. All right, so the first question is, the conversation here is the Nigeria we want for young people, right? Am I saying your mind? As an introduction, the Nigeria we want for young people, and interestingly, the representative of the government are no longer on seat, but it's okay, you can give our feedback to the Honorable Minister of State. All right, great. So, while we are having conversation around building more resilience, sustainable community in Nigeria, we are keen on issues around youth engagement, digital innovations, and a lot of couple of issues. So how do you see the role of young people in driving initiative, driving conversation, having to put heads together and achieve the sustainable development goals in Nigeria? So we want a practical discussion so that people can learn from your ideas and we can have a Nigeria we want. Thank you. So let me start with you, Farida.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy International Youth Day. Very excited to be here, to be having this conversation today. I think for us at the Mandela Washington Fellowship Alumni Association of Nigeria, one of the things that we've realized is the importance of leading from beside and from behind. And I'll give you an example. So when I came into office in November 2023, one thing that was clear was that we had a network of over 600 young people across the 36 states, including the FCT. And because of that diverse group and network, there was no way that just a 10-man team would be the lead of that kind of diverse group. So one of the first things that we did was to institute what we call the cluster leads. So all the different experts, whether it's healthcare, whether it's mental health, climate change, we had different sectors and have people who are experts in those fields to lead those clusters. So that's one of the first things that we did. The second thing is that also Nigeria is very diverse, right? So I can't sit in Abuja or my VP sitting in Lagos and telling people what to do in different states. So we instituted state coordinators. And we had a call within our community for over 20 states to actually come on board and actually design programs for youth in that state, locally driven. So those are some of the things that we did practically to be able to ensure that leadership is happening from various parts of the same community, not just 10 people or one person sitting somewhere in Abuja or Lagos telling you what to do in Akwa Ibom or in Maiduguri. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Francisca, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay.
So what do you think young people can do being innovative, digitally innovative, creativity around sustainable development goal in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, so for me, young persons using digital technology for advocacy and awareness, for example, I'm very sure that here where we are seated, about 20 persons or more must have tweeted what is happening. I am here, this and this is happening. And from there, someone else sees this and they are interested and they want to be part of it. So one of the roles of the young persons is digital advocacy and awareness. If there's something happening now, you are not even aware that there's a camera, but the next minute you are seeing it all over online. If there are issues surrounding SDGs, you will see young persons tweeting, following, resharing, and all of that. So I think one major role of young people using digital technology is for online advocacy and awareness about issues that are related to SDG. And again, is the use of AI as well. Young persons are beginning to explore AI, designing images, coming up with initiatives and ideas that promote SDGs as well. So I think basically digital advocacy and awareness around SDGs and the use of AI to create innovative solutions, ideas, content regarding issues of SDG is an important role that youth have to utilize. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please, let's appreciate her. So Joshua, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to retweak the question a bit to say, Youth SDGs started in 2017 as a small vision, right? And now we are more than big in the 36 state of Nigeria and the FCT. So can you tell us what are the concepts, what are the innovative concepts around the work you do from 2017, maybe till 2014, and now that we are here? So, and how can we adapt that to foster conversation around sustainable development goals in Nigeria? Great.
All right, thank you so much, Alfred. And so the first thing that comes to my mind every time when it comes to our country would always be about leadership. Not just for grown-ups, but more around youth leadership. How can young people lead policy conversations? How can young people hold decision makers accountable for young people to be able to lead and thrive? So when we started in 2017 as an unregistered youth group, what we wanted to do was bring every young person together. So young people coming all together. We all have different voices, but if we bring them as one, it can be very powerful. We all have different ideas. If we work together, we can make significant change happen. So the first idea is bringing every young person together. And you'll see it's synonymous with our work. We do not do it alone. We believe that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with people, go with others. So that's the first thing. The next is believing in the power of young people to actually lead change. So we build the capacity of young people when it comes to engaging with stakeholders, engaging with their friends, having policy conversations and education in their rural communities. And we have a program called the Youth Activators Lab. So the Youth Activators Lab is for 1 year. So you have access to mentoring from seasoned leaders across the world. You have so the people who come into the program also engage with themselves to learn. It's a rigorous program. So we would only bring in about maybe 2% of everyone who applies into the program. So we could have 1,000 applications, and probably just settle with 30 people. So it's for a year long. So that way, they understand what systems thinking is. They understand the root cause of issues in their communities and how to tackle them. And the other part is bringing policymakers together. The Youth Day is a flagship opportunity for us to call for intergenerational collaboration between young people and youth stakeholders. So here you can see there have been people from government, from the United Nations, from other private sector organizations here to meet with young people. So people you would ordinarily not see, you can meet them. So it is the central point of our advocacy. And lastly, when it comes to policy, is around youth leadership. We're looking at the National Youth Policy of Nigeria, and we are seeing how are young people being involved in this process. As an organization, when COVID happened in 2020, we worked with the Nigerian government on the Nigerian Youth Employment Action Plan, which is a plan to look at what's the aspirations and the priority of young people leading after COVID. And I'm happy that the action plan was launched, but the main work is, would they implement? 3.7 million jobs would change our country. So we need those implementation to happen. And these are the ways that we engage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Please, let's appreciate Joshua for that remarkable comments. Yeah, Missy, so I'm going to a bit add the concept of human capital development and economic growth for young people. So how do you think we can, what lessons, what ideas do you think you can share with us as young people to enhance human capital development and economic growth? Nigeria is almost 60% young people. I mean, so we need to be creative in our thinking. So yes, can you make that and link it up with how SDG can be used to foster sustainable development?
So how can we be intentional about our
human capital development, economic growth?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Using your experience.
Oh, that's a really good question. So it's about, as young people, taking responsibility, identifying opportunities, and thinking globally and long term. So you talked about how he started this 7 years ago, and look at what it has become now. So the world is becoming more global. You can be here and access opportunities pretty much anywhere in the world. And so when you're thinking about your personal development and your growth, thinking about what skills are necessary, not just for now or for here, but for the future and globally. Also, it was really great to hear about all the government schemes that are going on, all the opportunities, I think someone mentioned an academy, and so on. So identifying these opportunities to learn, to get knowledge, and I think even being intentional about building your network as well, because the quality of people around you will define, to a large extent, the capacity of things that you're able to do and the opportunities that you're able to access.
All right, it's back. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate YMC, guys. One thing is very common. Your network is your net worth. So if you are not connecting, it's not about sitting down in a room like this and having to sit alone. You came alone, you're sitting alone, and you left alone. And there are people, I mean, seated all around here doing amazing work. You are sitting in this room with a country director of Oxfam. Never know. And you are sitting beside him. All right, thank you so much, guys. I'm actually talking to someone close to me. All right, Farida, let's get back to you now. You've been leading the Mandela Washington Association Nigeria. So we wanted to share your experience with us. How do you think civic engagement, leadership, especially for young people now, civic engagement and leadership, how do you think both can foster development in Nigeria, having the mind of what we have as current situations and challenges in Nigeria? So I think 2 weeks ago, we were having some Pan-Africa conversation in Kigali, I think 2 weeks ago. So, and one of the things that stood out is, how do we use what we have as young people to get what we want? So now we have you in the civic space and leadership space, right? So share with us, how do you think we can use what we have in Nigeria as young people in civic space, in leadership space, to provide some solution to the current challenges, either economic and whatever challenges we face in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. So I'll preface it by saying that, as you know, the Mandela Washington Fellowship is 10 years this year. And one of the very key things that we've been looking at as alumni is, so you've gone to the US for 6 weeks, you've done your training, your capacity has been built, you come back to your country and there's a fatigue and you're not able to continue or just pivot as you would have wanted to, right? Bolt off as you want to. And the conversation has always been around, so what are the key messages or what are the key takeaways, right, from being part of such a youth program, such a powerful, program that is being designed by the US Department of State. And I think for me, one of the things that is very clear is, first of all, like you said, Pan-Africanism. It makes it very clear that if we come together and, bring down these borders, because most of these borders are in our minds, when we bring them down and we collaborate across, we realize the huge potential that we have as Africans. I'll give you an example. In the last 1 or 2 years, I've been to over 10 African countries. And most of these visits have been through my networks and collaborations with other people who are alumni of the same, fellowship. And I go into these countries and I realize that we're one people, right? We have the same problems. We have the same yearnings and aspirations. We have huge, abundant natural and human resources that have not been tapped. And so the question remains, what are we missing? How do we do it better? So it comes back to your question, and my answer would be, first of all, we need to engage people beyond just the sphere of what they are doing at the moment. Most of the time, when you look at our education system, we go to school, we read a certain course, a lot of people are not even using what they've read, right? Or you're in a time in your life where the season has changed and now you have different needs, now you have different aspirations. Now you want to be part of not only expecting policy but also policy implementation, and the conversation around how can we have diverse groups really channeling into it, right? So you need to be able to sit down with this person as an individual and really engage with them and connect with them and say, how can we do better going forward? Which leads me to the second solution, which is activism, right? We've seen a huge change and wave across Africa of activism that has no leaders, activism that has no face. And that is because we all have the same problems. We all have the same yearnings. Hunger and poverty is still real to each and every one of us, despite our abundance in resources. So I think we need to take on activism as a point whereby it's not about we versus them. It's about how can I make this place that is my community better for my children and my grandchildren. And you have to look at it in such a way that you check your ego all the time. So service before self. And how do I do this? Not just because I want accolades, not just because I want to be the face of certain movement, but because I want to ensure that there's sustainable development. Because sustainable development cannot happen where it is tied to one person. It has to be the destiny of the entire community. So I think these are the two ways that we can be able to change it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Please, can you please give a round? Thank you. Thank you. The unique thing about this conversation is if you go to Kenya, you go to Rwanda, you go to Egypt, you come back to Nigeria, have a stop by in Niger Republic and Chad, the problem is almost the same. All right, so it's not just about our problem, it's a general problem. And there's nothing bad if the solutions start from Nigeria, right? So that's why we are having this conversation. So Francisca, to you, but by the way, we're gonna give room for maybe 1, 2, 3 questions, so you can quickly start writing your questions and we can collate at the end of the general question. So Francisca, let me just quickly run to you. We've seen a lot of your work, couple of your work around inclusive participation of young people and women in politics, which is, Nigeria is very big. After 60 years of independence and maybe 25 years of democracy, we currently have 4 female senators. Is it 4 or 3? 4 out of 109. That is a huge, and we've been advocating for 35% affirmative order. So Francisca, what do you think are the challenges, the limitations of young people, especially female, women representation in our democracy, in legislative and other arms of the government, and how do you think we can solve some of these issues or problems attached to this factor? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, some of the barriers for inclusion of youth and women in leadership and politics is lack of interest. Before then, I want to ask a question. Among females, how many of us are interested in politics?
Please wave your hands and let's know.
So I can still see people who are not interested. So when you say they are like, what are they doing with politics? So one of the barriers is lack of interest. We are looking for people who are interested in politics. So another one is patriarchy, where men are more in the political sector and they feel no woman should come into this. This is a man thing. If this woman comes, she's going to destroy things. So they assume that this is for male. So they don't want to give in space for any woman, no matter how good you are. Another one is unemployment. How many youths and women are employed? So how do we compete with these men who have the money? Because the truth is that politics demands money. No matter how you see it, you need money for politics. So with the rate of unemployment, how do young females, women, and youth save up to run campaign costs and every other thing that is involved? Another one is political party structure and cost, campaign cost, a nomination form, expression form alone to contest for a position. I think for my local government is over 1 million. And so how many youths can bring out this money and say, how many youths have this money to bring out and say, I am buying nomination form, which of course you know that at the end of the day, it's still going to be one person that the party is going to give a flag bearer. So obviously meaning that your millions are gone. So another one is the issues of indigence, where a native of a state or a local government is meant to contest and not people, women who are married into the place. So they say you are married in, you can't contest or go for any position here. So this also limits women as well. Again, it's poor access to education. Thank God for the works that civil society are doing, in promoting quality and equal education across different states. So before now, women's duty are seen to be in the kitchen. You don't go to school, you don't get education. And so this makes it not easy for you to compete with those who are bright in terms of leadership and politics. And another one is also the issues of cultural norm. So I listened to when they were presenting award, and when it was time for the female who won the award, so they were like, this is a gender something. No. So meaning it is a norm that a woman would have become an assistant, second position, while a man becomes the first or the president. So these are things that we've come up with. Even in the SDGs, it is always assumed that a woman should go for assistance. So how then do I, if I want to push as a woman, go when it's already a norm that even, let's say, even the VPs and stakeholders in the university are interested that this position must be a man. Another one is political intimidation. So various young persons have the interest to be part of this, but then when they see, the intimidation coming from these other ones, they are afraid, like, if I go into this, this is going to be war and all of that. Again, it's sexual exploitation. The space is not safe for females. So you want to come in, and there is an offer of you to offer your body for so things. So it makes it very, inconvenient for young females to go in. And that perception, not just perception because it's happening, has gone on and on. That if you say you were a woman in politics now, they are watching you with one lenses that this one has gone fast. So all of this becomes a barrier and makes it unsafe. Again, is the constitution. We have been pushing for the gender bill, affirmation actions and all of that. And if these are put in place, trust me, some of the things I've mentioned would be limited, because when I know now that the constitution says there must be 30% inclusion of women, so let all of us show up. At the end of the day, 30 must be included in this. So that's that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I was expecting the ladies to clap very well. So thank you. While I expect you to clap, I will also suggest that you go pick up a party card. Please join a political party and be active. you can't sit on the fence if really we want change. The hope we want and the one we are getting and the one we want to get, we need to redefine it, if indeed it's renewed or it's old or rebranded. Thank you so much. Joshua, there is this, I just have passion for this particular question because the last protest shows it clearly that this, our English and grammar about youth engagement has been the conversation of the elite. And that is why it's very easy for the non-elite to go on the other side during protest. Because all they want is change, but they also believe that looting and having to destroy properties is part of the change they want. So how do we, what's the equilibrium? How do we balance this conversation of youth engagement between elites and non-elites in Nigeria? Very important. So that when we are protesting, we know we are doing it. When we are having conversation with government, advocacy, we know we have a structure, not that somebody will just go and boggle facility, tech center, and all in the name of protest. So how do we balance conversation?
Wow, this is a very sensitive question. What I would say first is that the people who are at the grassroots, it's not that they want to boggle. It is their pain that is being expressed. Somebody cannot eat, and we are setting up ICT centers. The first thing we should do is provide food and create an ICT center, for instance. And in the process of whatever we do, there should be engagement. And this is where education comes in. Engage people in the grassroots. Let them bring it down to their barest, the way they can understand. And for us as young people, when we talk about youth engagement, even when we want to take any action, we shouldn't just use social media to mobilize. Let's look out for people in the grassroots who can share the messaging to the people to understand in the language that they are familiar with. So if we are going to have a protest, for instance, and it's a protest to end bad governance, I know it might not be easy, but sometimes we could take 3-4 months to plan a protest. And the goal is not to protest. The goal is to educate. The goal of every protest is also to bring key decision makers to the table. So if the key decision makers see that there's an education drive going on, people are understanding what their rights are, and they are getting in line for a protest. When they come out, it's easier to have their voice being strong. And that's the same thing with youth engagement. Yes, these high events are good, but the main work is in the streets. Engaging people and saying, these are the issues. This is what you should be telling your local government chairman about. We have a project in Enugu State, and what we are doing is speaking to the local government chairman around meaningful youth engagement. Not just speaking to them, but showing them how it is done. Because sometimes they want to do it, but they don't know how. So we that know, we have to tell them. Lead by example. They might not listen, but we need to show. So I'll just recap by saying, first is, people who are looting are not looting because they want to. It is their pain. They don't know how to better express it. That's why they go there to say, what can I pick out? What can I show? How can I show my agitation? You know, sometimes when you have toddlers and toddlers are angry, something is paining. They don't know how to say it. You just find them taking out your clothes, throwing it away, throwing your shoes. Like, what's the problem? They want you to know what's happening to them. So being familiar with their pain is important. Education is important. Key decision makers, please, if you want, we can show you how it's being done. So education, not just, and at the end of the day, let's have a strategy for our protest. What do we want to do? We want to engage. So the president has spoken, but what we want is, sir, we want to sit with you. That's what we want. We want to speak with you. We will tell you our mind so that we can bridge this information gap, basically. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for Joshua. And we hope the government representative here, sir, we want to engage with the Honorable Minister of Youth. We've been clamoring for young people to lead that ministry. Now we have young people leading the ministry. Interestingly, we have 2 young people, persons with, my village we say timber and caliber, right? So please, we want to engage. Should I be honest with you, sir? I really do not see reason why one of the ministers will not be in a forum like this. I'm not a politician, but I think I can say my good conscience. Because when you interface with us, you really know our pain, and you take it back to the government. Am I saying your mind? Of the greatest Nigeria youth? All right, thank you. Now to you, Yemisi. We want to do business in Nigeria as young persons. Young people are interested. We are creative. We are industrious. We are innovative. But we have 1 million reasons why our businesses will not thrive. From finance to the environment, the ecosystem is not friendly. But you've been supporting a lot of young persons to do business. So can you share with us what has been perhaps some of the future? We know some of the challenges, maybe the ones that resonate with us, and solutions. Conversations like this should drive solutions. So please, solutions to some of our challenges as young people interested in doing businesses, and what more you think we can do. And lastly, if there are opportunities you think we can tap on that you share with us here, we'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Amazing. So that's a really good question. And I would narrow it down on access to finance, because one of the key things you need to build a business is finance, and that can be grants or loan or getting a VC firm to invest in your ideas. So in Nigeria, for instance, we have about approximately 40 million MSMEs, and these are the people creating 80% of the jobs in Nigeria, and probably about 53%, contributing about 53% to the country's GDP. But less than 4% of these 40 million businesses creating 80% of the jobs can access loan from a traditional bank. So what that means is that the possibilities, that the solutions that these businesses can create, the jobs that they can create, is significantly limited. So what are some of the things that perhaps you can do to improve your chances of you getting funding? The first, so I'll list a few and then I'll share some examples. There is a key issue in financial literacy. For financial literacy is a big gap, and I think it stems from our education system. So I'll tie financial literacy with our capacity to actually build sustainable and profitable businesses, right? So financial literacy, let's keep that aside, I'll come back to it. And then there is the network that you are a part of, right? Communities, like the community that has put this amazing event together, and even the community in terms of the person sitting down next to you and who they know, the knowledge that they have, the access that they have. There is also market access. So I was speaking with Mr. Austin earlier, and I was saying how access to finance is a big problem, yes. But in my work, especially with businesses at the grassroots, I have seen how something as small as teaching a business owner how to use WhatsApp or Instagram significantly increases their ability to generate revenue, because now they're able to access new markets. So someone in Nasarawa can have a product that she's selling to someone in the UK, in the US, across Nigeria, without even leaving her house. So that market access tied in with digital skills is essential. There is also the ecosystem, like you mentioned. So one of the things that I do is micro-lending. And if you're lending money to a business, the key thing is for you to get your money back, because you're not building a profitable or sustainable micro-lending business if you're giving out money and you're not able to get it back. A business cannot refund your money if they are not able to plan or project properly, or if they are not sure what government policy will come up tomorrow that would affect their operations. So going back to financial literacy, we have businesses apply for loans and they do not have any financial statements. So you can't really tell what their income is, what their expenses. The business is made based on their emotions. So they are selling every day. they assume that they are making profit, but they do not have any data to back that, right? They do not have any business bank accounts. And if you want to invest in someone, you're investing with the expectation of a return. And if they don't have any data to prove that they're able to return that money, it's harder for them to access loans, especially for micro, nano businesses, even business owners who are educated. So just really sitting down and helping a business understand their numbers, help them understand which of their products is profitable or not, completely changes how they are able to operate their business and how the business is profitable and sustainable. Then down to the network. So I mentioned about communities. I think a number of governments, public service holders have come up to talk about the different projects that the government is doing around capacity building, the single digits credits that the Ministry of Youth is providing. Those are things that you can tap into, and the clusters and accelerator programs, incubator programs, he mentioned some that they are doing as well. Yeah. Some people will say, oh, we are doing all this training, but what people need is money. I have been involved in several accelerator programs supporting founders, both in Nigeria and across Africa, and I have seen how this training can significantly change or improve the ability of a business to create revenue for themselves, generate the funding that they need, and create jobs. So just to wrap up, I will share an example of a lady that I worked with 2 years ago. She created an agri-tech platform, right? And she was part of a program that we're doing for 6 months where she will access training and mentorship. At the end of that program, she was to be nominated for a grant, and I insisted that her business was worth it. She should get the grant. I think it was a $10,000 grant, which now is almost 15 million naira. She did not think that she qualified for the funding or her business was good enough. So she had 1,001 excuses. Through the mentorship and the training, she was encouraged to go forward. She got the funding. And between the August of that year, when she got that grant, and December, so within 4 months, she had not only gotten that $10,000 grant, she had gotten over 60 million naira in grants. And this was because of the mentoring, the support, the training. She now had better business knowledge. She now had people advocating for her. So please, opportunities to learn, to get knowledge, put your finances in order, right? Get digital skills really significantly improves your ability to generate money both externally and internally from your business.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just an information you never paid for. If you think you have business idea, you can walk up to her later after this conversation. I mean, that's pro bono. All right, thank you. Farida, let me come to you before we just take a few questions from the audience. I have limited time now. Farida, honestly, we want to engage the older generation. But there is another gap. The older generation wants us to do it their way, but we are saying we are Gen Zs and millennial and whatever other gen and, yeah, not generator anyways. But we have our way of engagement. But they are seeing their ways as the best, mode of engagement. So now it creates conflicts currently between the younger generation and the older generation. You have been in civic space for a while. What can you tell us about your engagement around intergenerational conversation and engagement? And what do you think we can do to solve the current crisis in Nigeria? Because we need to sit on the table with these people. But interestingly, now when we call them, they will not pick our calls. They don't want to even see us. So the war is between us and them. We want to bridge the gap and bring everybody to the table to solve the problem of Nigeria. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the first thing I would say is, if you're a solution-oriented person, there's no place for idealism. That's one thing we need to understand, right? There has to be a place for respectful dialogue to happen, and that can only happen when there's listening. I say that there's a lot that we can learn from the older generation, and there's a lot that they can learn from us. But that mentorship and reverse mentorship can only happen if we actually listen and if they also listen. Yep. So the first point of contact would be, what are the things that we have in common? What are the shared goals and ideals that we have of the kind of Nigeria we want to see now and in the future? Yeah. And what are the ways that have worked before and the gaps that we have seen that has now led us to create our way? Yeah. Right? And what are the lapses in our ways? Because there are lapses. Oh, absolutely. What are the lapses in our ways that we can also take from the older generation? Yeah. So I think that's one of the most important things, is that we need to have open, respectful conversation. Not coming to the table saying my way is better or your way is better. Again, referencing what I said earlier, there's no us versus them when it comes to Nigeria. Nigeria belongs to all of us. So how do we all work together to make it work for everyone? So that would be the first thing that I would say. The second thing that I've seen really work for us, with the Alumni Association, is the importance of taking on some of the things that have been done before us, but tweaking it a little bit, bringing in innovation and creativity. Yeah. So I am the 10th president, right? There have been many other presidents before me, starting from 2014 down. They've had programs and projects and things that they've done and community engagement that may have worked, but there are actually lapses there that we don't want to just adopt it. We want to be able to refine it and make it better. Taking into cognizance what is happening in today's Nigeria and how we want to be able to leverage the networks and resources that we have. All right. So that's the first thing that I would say. And I know that one thing that has worked for us really well is what we call the town hall meetings. So we try to engage people in our community as often as possible. Not coming as leaders or as president or vice president, but coming as a collective to say, what is working? We've rolled out this program. Why are you not engaging? Yeah. What is the issue? What is it that you don't understand about it? And we realize that once we start talking about it, despite all the communication, despite the way we've been bombarding them with the details, a lot of people have not taken the time to read the fine print. Yeah. And the onus is on you, the responsibility is on you as the leader to come to the people you are serving to make them understand how it benefits them. Right? So that conversation needs to happen, and you need to be able to engage people thinking about solutions, which is why there's no place for idealism, but actually solving how we can move forward.
Thank you so much, Farida. Let's appreciate her one more time. Thank you. We have a few minutes more. Francisca, we want more young people, women and young people in power. What do you think we can do better? We are not doing it before, but you want us to start doing it. To now see engagements, people in power, and not just in power, not to go and sit in that place, but to speak. Forget if there is one Senate president that will shut you up. Keep speaking. You understand?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things we'll do, but before then I want to also ask another question. How many of us young persons are registered member of a political party?
Wow. Wow.
Okay, and so from this you will see that, again, sorry for the many questions. How many of us are angry with the government and everything happening in Nigeria? Virtually all of us. So how then do we affect this change when we are very far? There have not been provision for independent candidates. So one thing first is that you must be a member of a political party first if you know you want to be part of this governance. Again, is to be committed to the party. Some of us here are, should I say, migrants. Like, we are not from Abuja, we are from different states. And the truth is that politics is local. So you can't be playing politics in Abuja, whereas your ward is there, your local government is there, and we are here speaking English, and you don't have any influence or network in your local ward. So when will we take over? So everything is local. First is to belong to a political party, be committed to the party. Okay, sometimes, I'm from Enugu State, and there was this conversation of people saying that the governor is giving some things to people that they are not full-time politicians. full-time politicians as people we see in the streets that campaign and carry placard of PDP and all of that. So, but then when you look deep, you see that these men, no matter the distance, still have one or two contributions to the party. So is it that their money or many other things are influencing? I go to ward party and local government party meetings at times. And on the table, for women who are there and people who are there, you will see somebody saying, so Mr. So person gave us biscuit to eat. These are contributions. So you are very far in the city, but you can be making small contributions in your ward and local government and be building your name. You might not go for elected positions, but you can get appointments. That's a good strategy to come in. Another one is to build your network. So, like back then in school, if anybody starts sharing sweets or start being social, networking with people, we'll ask the person, are you going for SUG president? Because this is another trick of you. When you know that you are looking at a position, of course you will need the people. So you have to spread your network so that when it's time, they will say they are aware of who you are. Another one is negotiation. I think it has come to a place of negotiation now, since they do not want to sign the gender bill and they do not want to include the young persons. Can we start negotiating with them to, see the reasons why you need a woman? Even political parties start negotiating and tell them the reason why they need women in this. There is a slogan they used to say, if girls know the party no go sweet. Why is it that if girls know the politics, you also don't know that politics will not be sweet? So why are you excluding women from politics but including them in party? So, right, if it has to do with negotiation, before we wait for the approval of the gender bills, let's start negotiating these men and lobbying their ego as well. Again, is educating women. When I go to meetings, I see more of women, but they are more focused on singing. Leader, women, they are the ones singing. They are not interested. They don't know that they can lead. They give them women leader and they settle us. And so I have this friend of mine that I usually go with when I'm around Chidima. And so it will be like it's just two of us, are young females who are there in the meeting. So you don't be asking yourself, it's like you're not supposed to be here, or it's a meeting of old women and old men singing. So main thing is educating females on what we want, what leadership is all about, so that if we have this opportunity or anybody calls you to use women to mobilize, you tell them, this is the condition. You are going to give us this, and enough of the women leader. Time will come when you see men becoming. I think there was a flyer I saw, a man was a woman leader. And so from there, you now see that women will not come in again because they are not even aware that we are supposed to be. They think it's a man something, why we sing and dance for them and mobilize for them.
All right.
So another one is, in summary, is just constitution including this. Right. Honestly, if they reserve a quota system that reserves positions for young persons, thank God for the not too young to run bill, but then there are still many other things that the constitution has to cover, the cost and everything, and reserve a quota that says this seat must go to young person or women of certain percentage. So we now know that at least from there we start going. Again, it's mentorship and motherism, because the word of fatherism has been flying. So what men does is when they get into position, they appoint a aide, SPA, SA, TA, so they start grooming these men up. Even those ones in Aluta, they start grooming them up. So they strategize and take the space. But sometimes when we women get in, we don't do the whole modernism stuff. We are almost inaccessible. So this is to women now. Men has been collecting the basketballs, and so this is going to women now. So let's make ourselves accessible. When you get the position, strategize, bring in other persons to that stage, give them positions, so from there they can save up and build their own record to come up, and gradually we will not have to be struggling so much and be making it look like it's a gender war, that men are doing this, women are not doing this. And finally is the constitution. Please, let's join our hands together to push that, they sign this gender bill and women come in space.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, we have enough people singing for us in Nigeria, so we shouldn't recruit our women as singers in political parties. All right? So less of singing, more of engagement. Thank you so much. We heard you loud and clear. Joshua, you've built, as the executive director of this Nigeria SDG network, you've built this organization for how many years? 4, 5, 6, 7? One thing I know, being a family member, is that we are keen on partnership. But unfortunately, We have young people doing fantastic, interesting, incredible stuff. But everybody wants to stand alone. So that when you're applying for grants, you don't need to share with another person. I'm a grant analyst, so I know what I'm saying. So, what do you think can be done? We need to work together. That's just the truth. And interestingly, the 17th goal wants partnership. So, and by working together, we can achieve more. So what do you think young people, every one of us in this hall, should do to enhance partnership and collaboration for better goals in Nigeria? Thank you. Maybe use this.
All right, thank you, Alfred. So yeah, when it comes to partnerships, partnership is about relationship, it's about values. So you will never partner with somebody who does not share similar values with you. And I'll give an example from our organization. We started in 2017 as an unregistered youth group. So we brought in different youth organizations to work together. But because some of the people who were parts, we had like values misalignment. So we had some kind of frictions. And in 2021, we decided to get registered as an organization with the CAC. And one of the things we've been able to come up with is a partnership pack. So what that means is that there are some steps of criteria. If people walk up to us and say, we want to partner with you, we tick and say, is this person following our values when it comes to innovation, when it comes to accountability, when it comes to collaboration? Do they demonstrate this? Once they can tick it, then we can start thinking about working together. And then we also look at what has been the antecedents. So we monitor for 1 year. So we are not an organization that is opportunistic in the sense that something is happening, okay, bring people together, let's quickly apply. No, we follow trends. So it will take like a year at least for us to work with you. So that values is really very important. Ensuring that there's values. Ensuring that it is properly communicated. So the goals, these are the goals. Do you agree to go with these goals? Because if you do not, if the understandings are different, it will lead to friction. You are creating a project, and you as an organization, you are thinking, with this project, we can make more impact, we can affect young people. And another organization is saying, with this project, people can know about us, we can have money to keep sustaining our organization. So you see that the values are different. You feel the main organization is thinking impact, working with young people. The other one is thinking popularity, sustainability for our organization. So that way there's going to be friction. So understanding, breaking it down for everyone to know what the goals are, ensuring that these goals are mutual between everyone is important. And also having a partnership pack. Also ensuring that whatever partnership you go with, ask people around and say, I want to do this with this person. Is it possible? Can we work together? And lastly, collaboration and partnership is really important. And a significance about this is this event that is happening today. Look at the backdrop, lots of organizations. The people on this panel belong to different organizations, and we are working together. Because of what? We have one goal, which is impact, which is about strengthening youth leadership. So understanding your goals, making sure it works together is really very crucial. Communicate, communicate, communicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Just give her the mic. Thank you so much. All right, so my final question, just to you, I know we are out of time, and there is a Q&A for this particular, so to you, just an advice from you for young entrepreneurs and people that are startup thinkers, so what's advice, especially on how to generate resources, resource mobilization? So what advice will you give for a young startup?
I think I first of all want to say well done. If you're thinking about doing a business in Nigeria, or if you're doing business in Nigeria, you're one of the people creating 80% of the jobs in this country. That's not a small thing, so well done. Advice would be, you just have to keep going. I think I really liked the lady who won the award. When she was sharing her story, I was telling Coach Farida that this is what resilience is. right? You face obstacles, you overcome them, and you keep going. And also remember that the world is your oyster. With digital tools, your business ideas do not have to be limited to your local environment, right? You can build businesses, create products and services, and access a global network, a global market. So well done, keep going, and keep pushing forward.
Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for our wonderful panelists? I have too many people standing to say time is up, but I'm also aware there is a Q&A section, so you're going to undo that. But thank you so much. Once again, let's appreciate them as we take the group picture. There's a group picture, right?
Yes, please. Let's just stand and then we'll take the group photo
Thank
now.
you.
Can we do that in 2 minutes, please? One more camera. So I want to encourage you for your questions, just pen it down. Pen it down. You have a notebook that was given to you at the point of registration. So just cut out a piece of paper and pen down your questions. The ushers will collect it. You just signify and the ushers will get your questions from you. Because of our time, we will not be answering the question right now. Right? So just signify when you write your questions. They'll get the piece of paper from you and will address the questions when we enter the next session. Please, a round of applause for the panelists and the moderator. I know that it's been a lot of learnings and encouragement for everyone in this room. But our clap is not very strong. Wait. Thank you. I like that you want to give me a strong clap. Well, please, can we rise to our feet? Please. So remember the last time, at about when we started, you went round and you spoke to 3 people that you didn't know, but you met in this event. So this is what we're going to do now. You will look for another set of 3 people. Now, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to randomly call us out at the end of the event and tell me the names of the new 6 people that you met in this event. So if you have forgotten the name of the first 3 people, you start to go and look for them again and add it to these 3. Are we ready? So please go around, 3 people, ask for their name, know their name, their son name. If you can ask for their favorite color, what did they eat this morning, where do they live? You will give me information about them. Let's do that quickly. I will randomly call also. If you can collect their phone number, please do it. Remember, partnership, collaboration, it starts with networking. And you'll be shocked at the crops of young people that are seated in this room right now. So please take advantage of it. Thank you. Okay. Yes, it gives another meaning, the meaning of my name. Veronica is yes.
So the G has to be there.
Yes.
Veronica Jam Valentine.
Hi, Valentine. I like your skin tone. It's really bright.
Yeah, it's the
You
Lord's
don't look
doing.
like Nigeria.
I am in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Let's just settle in right back. I will take the next session. Thank you. Thank you. I have met Chimezie. I have met Valentine. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves, please. A round of applause. If you can hear me, a round of applause for yourself. Hey, now we don't want to stop networking. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Happy International Youth Day. Please, let's settle down. Thank you very much, everyone. Spoken word will be coming up in a bit, but just because we take the spoken words, we'll be having a 20-minute fireside chat conversation. I need you people to help me. The networking can happen after the event. We need to settle back in. Our time is really running out. Thank you very much. We have spoken word that will be happening in a bit. Tea break is also around the corner. But we need to have this 20-minute fireside chat conversation. And the discussion will be centered around from clicks to action. Digital and green skills for social action. To take us on this fireside chat conversation, it's an honor to have Okpayemi Ogundeji. She's the programs manager, Nigerian Youth SDGs. Please help me welcome Okpayemi Ogundeji with a round of applause. With a round of applause, please. If your hands are not busy, a round of applause for Okpayemi Ogundeji. Thank you very much. Hello. Okay, thank you. It is also an honor to have Augustine Erame, the Employment and Migration Officer for ILO. Please, let's welcome him. We'll also have Nature Iboro Idet, the 2024 Youth Spotlight Awardee. Can we have microphones for Okpayemi and Mr. Augustine as well as Nature? Thank you. Questions, pen it down on a piece of paper and just lift it up. The ushers will reach out to you and collect your questions for answers much later. Thank you. Technical, please, we need help with the microphones.
Thank you. All right, welcome, Austin and Nature. So, Austin is actually the Employment and Migration Officer at International Labour Organization, that's ILO. It's a pleasure having you here today. And Nature is one of the spotlight awardees, and she's working on actually decentralizing digital skills for people in Nature. All right, no problem, thank you. So Nature Iboro is actually one of the Youth Spotlight Awardee, and she's working in decentralizing digital skills in local communities. So the first question I will be asking Austin, right? He works in ILO, and that means he's working on a global scale, and they work in things that has to do with labor and employment, of course. So my question will just be on, what would you say? We are speaking about digital skills, green skills. So what are those digital skills and green skills that these young change makers, because most young people that are here, some of them are leading change. They have social impact organizations they are working with and all. So what are those digital and green skills that you think they're supposed to focus attention on in order to scale up their work, right, in the social impact space?
Thanks so much for the opportunity, and happy International Youth Day to all the participants. It's really a pleasure being here this morning and, participating in this event. And on behalf of the International Labour Organization, we appreciate the invitation being shared with us. I'll just take it up very briefly from insights from the immediate panel we just had. So also probably delve into the types of skills that are really in tune with the modern world of work right now. To just state that, as part of the skills that are in demand for digital and green economy would really be around issues that relate to, for instance, branding. We've seen a lot of situations whereby they are good products, but then the branding itself has put, a question mark on how you are able to sell these products. There's also the situation whereby apart from the branding, you also have to ensure, because you work in the digital space, you should be able to have basic IT skills on accessing the internet, on being able to, put your products out online, digital marketing skills, that includes branding that I mentioned. And, there's a very thin line between offline and online business, because, for instance, you see a lot of situations whereby most of the businesses that do exist, physical stores also have their online stores for promoting their businesses and brands. So it's very important that when you are then transiting into the online space, the concept of building credibility is very important. Credibility in the sense that what I can get as a walk-in customer to a shop, the products and the quality that I will be able to access in your walk-in stores will be the same quality of products that you're offering me online. Because of course we've had series of situations whereby customers do complain that what they get as deliveries do not necessarily match what has been ordered for. So it's a whole range of skills making businesses sustainable through online platforms, including the big challenge of access to quality internet and data services. There are a lot of opportunities. We've been speaking to service providers in that regards to, providing opportunities where businesses can, access the internet for discounted rates, packages that also promote inclusive and sustainable businesses online in the area of ensuring that there's deeper internet penetration in local communities. So that's one of the things that I will say about digital businesses. For green skills, you look at the green economy broadly, and it's an emergent conversation for us. Interestingly, the current administration and the president of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has also set up a ministry of green economy. So it's a novel opportunity for young people to also be able to engage that space. What are the skills you do require in that regard? First of all, it's about knowing what the green transition speaks to, what the green economy speaks to, and also how to position yourself and make yourself relevant in that conversation. The world is going green. Probably I'll just use the opportunity to also reflect on one of the awardees that was brought up today, where it was mentioned that one of the awardees is actually making, eatable cups or something. I'm looking forward to having a taste of what that would look like. But it's one of the opportunities that exist, that how do you, really transcend and make your businesses greening the space that you work in. So those are some of the few points I think, I'll be able to chip in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Austin. Just to build up on what you shared, are there some opportunities within ILO that you think these social entrepreneurs should kind of like look into, tap into in order to scale up their work as well?
Thanks so much for the question. So I'll just probably give a brief overview and background to how the International Labour Organization works, and then, also see what the opportunities can look like in terms of engaging young people. So the International Labour Organization was established over 100 years ago. It's the oldest UN agency, actually, in 1919. And what we do basically is really we are the UN agency, United Nations agency in the world of work. Across the countries that we work with, over 189 countries, we typically work with the governments, employers organizations, as well as workers organizations, which in this case would be the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, which represents the government, the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, which represents employers in Nigeria, as well as the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress, which represents the workers' organizations. So those are our typical partners in Nigeria. However, we've been able to, expand our frontiers and work more collaboratively with a lot of stakeholders that include state and non-state actors, and it's on the premise of such conversations that we participating in this forum here today and facilitating these conversations. What we also do is that we're able to provide the technical assistance and support to a lot of our stakeholders we work with, which include, of course, the SDGs network in Nigeria, in engaging across a lot of platforms and fora where we also, are able to co-create initiatives and design programs that are able to reach young people. A typical case in point would also be where we supported the government of Nigeria to develop the National Youth Employment Action Plan, which was referenced by the executive director in the person of Joshua Alade earlier on. So we did provide the technical support, expertise, and resources in collaboration with GIZ to revise and develop the Nigeria Youth Employment Action Plan, which is still currently in implementation. And I know there are questions around the level of its effectiveness or the level of implementation of the action plan. But in its first instance, when we talk about leveraging platforms and communication, it's first of all to have a strategy to engage. And, speaking of the strategy to engage, it's also talking about meaningful youth engagement. So it's not about just getting a seat at the table. When you do get a seat at the table, including the seats you bring to the table, what quality of engagement do you have around that table? So that will be, for us, questions to probably reflect on. So I'm happy to continue the conversations. I'm sure Joshua, he's already put me in touch with some of the organizations and representatives in the room where we'll be happy to see what type of initiatives we can co-create for meaningful youth engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Austin. So this is time for me to also speak to nature. You work with local communities, right? And, most times, people tend to say, oh, these opportunities are common in, skills, upskilling activities or workshops and things like that. They are common in the urban areas and all. What about people in the rural areas? How are we actually reaching them? So do you mind speaking to us about some of the challenges you're actually having in working with people in the rural areas in regards to giving them digital skills and green skills, just so that, others can also learn from it? And also tell us some of the things you're doing in order to, provide solutions to them.
Thank you very much, Opeyemi, for that beautiful question. So, at the surge of COVID-19, we discovered a wide gap, even though it's been there before COVID, but COVID projected it, brought it to our faces that this is what is actually happening. So I Teach Innovations Lab came on board. So what is I Teach Innovations Lab? During that period, we discovered that most schools, especially rural public schools, were not able to transition to virtual learning. Not because they cannot, but because to start with, they do not even know how a computer looks like, because I've been in that situation. And on the other hand, they don't have this knowledge. So how do they even transition? How do you present that to them? So we came up with I Teach Innovations Lab, which is, renovating rural classrooms into mini ICT lab, where we teach these people in rural communities, emphasis on that please, how to use computer. And then we also discovered that in teaching them how to use computer, it is important to teach them how not to use computer. Now this is rural community we are talking about, and they don't have the gadgets, right? They don't have the devices. So we have to bring our devices, and after teaching them what next, that's one of the challenges that we face, right? So after teaching them and leaving, what next? This is where we need partnerships, because these people really need to practice. So when we train community actors, because we will not always be there, where we operate from, we are not from those communities, right? So when we go there and leave, who takes over from us? Who continues, the impact? So we train community actors, but even the community actors need empowerment to be able to continue the impact. So these young people, they lack the skills. They still lack the devices, and it's not affordable. With the inflation currently happening, to get a mobile device, an Android, a smartphone right now, is really expensive. So these people in the rural communities, they're already very concerned with what to eat. And you're going to tell them about digital skills, and they cannot afford smartphones. So that is already a challenge in itself. And then also, after learning these skills, what do we do with them, right? That is also a challenge. But then, we teach them how to leverage digital skills to best position themselves for opportunities. So I am privileged to be on grant boards, and one of the things we discover is that people that apply for grants, most of them are not based in rural communities. We have people in the cities making decisions for those in rural communities. So these people don't have access to this information, right? And this is also a gap that we need to intentionally fill. And even when they do, for a Donwi community, that is not my community, I'm not from there, but that is very dear to my heart. When we started our school building project in 2019, we camped there for weeks, ran into months. We could not access network until we come uptown. For that community, what they need at that point is internet connectivity first of all. Because when you teach them how to use the internet, how do they connect to internet, right? So these are the challenges that we face, and this is the work that we are doing. So we're also looking at how we can leverage other organizations, because we alone can't do the entire work. While we focus on teaching how to and how not to, we also have to partner organizations that are providing internet connectivity, even for rural communities. And these are where we need partnerships, and this is where we can build upon to, of course, enhance the impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Nisha. Thank you. To build on what you've said, I mean, being the voice of young people and other social entrepreneurs in the rural community, what would you say that you actually, you want to tell, other private sectors, public sectors, and even like international organizations, like, okay, this is the work we are doing, these are the challenges we are facing. Like, this is we airing our voice that we need help in this regard. Like, what is that kind of message you have for that?
Thank you very much once more. So it's like you read my pain points, because when I speak, I don't speak for myself. Yes. I speak for the generality of African youth. I want to say to international organizations and, of course, our government, remove the age barriers. Nigerian youth are already facing a lot of setbacks. And when you're bringing grants to us, you're limiting us from 18 to 24 years. And you're using that as a yardstick to define who a youth is. Whereas there are people from 27 years, 25 years that are doing things at the local level. Especially those in rural communities, they don't have these opportunities on time. And by the time they are trying to catch up, you're already putting the age barrier. So we cannot access this funding. We cannot access this grant because we are beyond the age barrier. Thank you very much. Another thing I'd like to say, I wish that one of the persons who gave us a Goodwill message, I think it was the representative of the Ministry of Youth, was here to hear this, please. As young people, we are not bringing the seats to the table because when we come to the table, we'll sit at the back. The table is already filled. So we are making our own table, and that is what Marvelous is doing. That is what Toby is doing. We are making the table, and we are calling you, come and join us at this table, right? Come and join us at this table because this is where we enhance the impact. By coming to join us, right, we're not telling you bring your seats. Come and hear us out. Now, I was already sharing with someone by my side. This is a youth event. I don't see any reason why we cannot have the representative of the ministry or the minister himself being here with us from the beginning to the end. You're calling us to have a conversation with the president, but this is where the conversation is happening and the president is not here. This is where the conversation is happening and they are all out. Their seats are empty. Who are we talking to? Who is listening to us? So we are telling you, when you call us to a conversation, we don't want to come to that table because it's already filled. We will sit at the back. Come here. This is where we are making our tables. Come and hear us out. Come and listen to us. And then, I like to always say, Nigeria is too good on paper. I was shocked to hear that we have the Nigerian Youth Academy. I was also shocked to hear that we have 30% quota opportunities for youth across MDS. By the special grace of God, I've been privileged to work with over 1,000 MDS, ministries and parastatals in Nigeria. And I can tell you that this is paperwork. This is paperwork. We are calling for action. Implement the paperwork. That is all we ask. We are tired of hearing policies. We get to the National Assembly. When I was flipping it, across, the directory, we are seeing youth committees. But who are the people in the committees? Who are the people representing the grassroots? If you are telling us that you are creating office for, the essay to the president on grassroots development, which community have they gone to? But let me pause to, appreciate the essay to the president on grassroots mobilization. I can't remember her name specifically, but she's doing amazingly well by going into communities. I was in Abaji. I am not a citizen of the FCT. I am from Akwa Ibom State. I represent the local people. I am a local girl. However, I have been privileged by nature of my social work to travel into communities. I would not believe if anyone told me that in this FCT there are communities and schools that are sitting on the floor to learn in the 21st century, and yet we are still calling for action. We are still calling for dialogue. What are we dialoguing when our children in rural communities don't have access to education? What are we dialoguing when they don't have school uniforms? I speak from pain points, and I just wish that they are listening to us. Enough of the talk. Let us start to walk the talk. Mr. President, let us walk the talk. Mr. Minister, let us walk the talk. All international organizations. Again, I want to emphasize, please and please remove the age barriers and support our work. Support Marvelous. Support Toby. Support nature. Thank you very much.
All right. So as we wrap up, thank you for airing the voices of the youth. As we wrap up, I will just hand over also to Austin, right? What would you say, what would you tell us as young people that we need to also focus attention on? Right, we've heard our voices, we've said that these are the things we want, but at the same time, what would be the advice you have for us in order to ensure that we hasten up these development processes for social action? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, there are a lot of existing avenues through which we can express some of this, pent up challenges that we face. Interestingly, one of the issues across that we just heard in terms of the age barriers, that is a policy issue, right? It's been stated clearly that youths are being defined between the ages of 15 to 24 at the moment. So it's a policy issue. So as much as the grievances are there, one thing that remains critical is that we still have to find measures and ways for dialogue. After everything is being said and done, you still have to come back to dialogue. Now, how you facilitate these conversations in terms of the dialogue processes is what is critical and important. You must you must organize, you understand? You must organize as youth through your various avenues and channels. You must get yourself in those rooms. So I I appreciate the energy, which, you know, it's well thought out. But then we must also find a way in which, where you, let me borrow your word, create your own table, right? And invite them to speak. Whatever, if they are not coming to engage you at that level. So you must have a two-way communication. You must have to also find a way to meet policymakers at their level and on their turf. And this is an excellent platform for such an opportunity. It's International Youth Day celebration. So the whole point is that it shouldn't end as this event today. You should have like a charter of agreement where you can advance the conversation, knock on doors for policymakers, because everything starts from policy-making processes. There are legislations that also have to be changed. The gender bill or gender act was really referred to earlier on, where it still presents a significant challenge for participation of women in politics, you know. So these are quote-unquote structural barriers that exist that causes exclusion and limitation for a large number of select groups to engage in politics and policy-making processes, i.e. youths, women, persons living with disabilities. So how you are able to, you know, facilitate that dialogue is critical. How you are able to make your case for engagement is paramount. Meaningful youth engagement, like we say, I don't want to go into data and statistics because sometimes that's all we hear. But the number of out-of-school children that we hear is amazing. The number of persons or youths not in education and training is amazing, and it's alarming. So how do you ensure that as young people you are able to have consolidated messages? Because in numbers you can achieve more. In numbers you can push further. You can refine your messages for advocacy and meet the relevant policy making to the highest offices on the land in a very structured and well engaged, in a very structured and decent engagement platform. That will be my advice. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Austin. Thank you, Nature. And we actually have come to the end of our fireside chats for today. Thank you for joining me on this. Thank you.
Let's have a group photograph, please. Photograph, well, let's do that in less than a minute. Thank you very much. You can tell that was fire. Thank you very much. Indeed, fireside chat. Thank you so much for that. We want to take the opportunity to appreciate all partners for this event. It's been amazing so far. It's been great. Oxfam in Nigeria, African Activists for Climate Justice, Global Initiative for Food Security and Ecosystem Preservation, GSEP, United Nations, Amnesty International, Area I, Connected Development. Thank you very much. I want to also appreciate our guests who are here with us. I want to especially appreciate Mr. John McKenna. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Mr. John McKenna. He's the country director, Oxfam in Nigeria. He has been with us from the beginning of this event until now. He's still here. Please, a round of applause. One of the key things that was said here is the fact that when we are having conversations like this, there is need for our key stakeholders to be seated to hear us. But you know, I believe that it will get better as things goes by. A round of applause for yourselves as well. You've been amazing. You've been amazing right from the beginning of this event till now. Thank you so much. We'll be taking our tea break in a bit. So I will direct us, right, how it's going to go. To my right, that will be your left. To my far right, there is a setup there for people on this row. And far behind you, just on the aisle where I'm seated, the middle aisle, you will see there's another setup there. Now, to my left, there is a mini setup there for our guests. They will be using this to my far left, while I want to crave our indulgence to go row by row some of us can use that. Let's just take it row by row so that it's properly organized. We go there, and some of us can use the one at the far back. Now, while we take our tea break, I want us to please come to our seat, because there'll be a spoken word that will be happening while we're having our tea break. Okay, we're wrapping up. We've gone really, really far. Okay, and we'll see the results from this engagement. So please, let's go row by row to take our tea break. There's a setup by my far right, your own left. There is another one just behind you on this middle aisle. And our guests will use the one to my far left. So please, let's make it snappy, row by row. Let's do that quickly. When you grab yours, please just settle down. We have a spoken word presentation that will be coming on, so that we're not running out of time for too long. Let's just do it quickly and we head back. Thank you very much. Can we have light music in the background, please? Thank you. You can take advantage of it to get abreast with the name of the people you have met in this event today. You just might win a prize for remembering the 6 names of the people you met today. Thank you very much.
Show me love. I work hard. My brother, man, I work hard. Just the truth.
Initiating rage process.
Now which kind life where I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Comma. Original no be parody. You know fit clear for your memory. Whether now winter or summer, I did Papa just stop and now living life. See my fire burning bright within the inside me. Smally way they mighty, they never know I color. To the move fight, check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. And the kid on guy logo, who are friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to circles, so I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love, stability on bono, everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Things happen inside life, try to make I live my life. Dreams come true if not fight. By the fight, make you no go tired. Fire they go. You need to put your body and soul. Leave your worries alone. I just stop and now living life. See my fire burning bright within the inside me. Smally way they mighty, they never know I color. To remove fine, check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. And the kid on guy logo, who are friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to circles, so I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love, stability on bono, everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Now which kind life will you never see? I carry God so I cannot. Steady increase in the commas. Sabi girl no they too like talk. Animals they in human form. Body man nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish they won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap be no wrong. But it dey rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap be the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody.
Jakarta, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from Papa. Which kind money we never see before? Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay, can never take my cake away. Ajay, you can't count my grace. I just did my lane. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. On my mind, on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady girl like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want. Good enough, my fantasy. They want to check me, fight that beat.
Tell me where you day. Lati Saturday. I go meet you there. Cause I miss you every day. Call me any day. I'll be on my way. I'm one call away. No matter the situation. Girl, I no shot. Keep my action. Don't do too much. I love you with passion. Jessica, Jennifer, family that's shot. I will be like no one fornication. You don't know, baby, my son. Girl, I want some. I say now you, only you, I want the sanction. Yeah, I'm all yakba for my catalog. When I only you, where I want for my mansion. Girl, I'm not here to the confuse you. Girl, I'm only here to the convince you. That I love and I need and I miss you. Me, I love your body and your melodies. Follow me, give me ginger. You give me high when my energy low. I never love you, feel me, show. Don't leave me, oh, man. Baby, let me take you to Ibiza. Let me put a ring around your finger. If you make the memory to linger, I will give you anything you want. I go check and I go galant, I no go fear. You do me too bad, but I don't care. I mean my feelings and I just want to make you know. Tell me where you day. Last is Saturday. I go meet you there. Cause I miss you every day. I did no vex for me. Say I never call you since, but I hope that you are well. I hope you're my cat. Every day I dey pray for you. Make it Baba God bless you. I never forget you. I gon' forget you. See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. My money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. So follow you, mix with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time from me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, join your chin now, okay, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Man, join your chin now, okay, don't know. Taking it a break, at me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me. Show me a jigger, let me see. Let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just trying to get laid. Cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make a fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love. Oh, girl, I wanna be with you. But you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come back up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so
them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know who you gon' goss up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' goss up. Man, them suffer to find your love.
Senorita, mamacita, body bad and the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Jimmy Sika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we do, this love ain't no be joke, no April Fool. Yeah, girl, some more, you mean second. 5-star boomba, nyatabe. Kaba kaba miaka tamina mobe. Oh my, I need my elbows, my mama. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude though. I mean, if you wanna give it up, go trap much for your love, babe. All of the guys, they want you, they don't know that I got you. And they never been where we been from. Show my obsession. When I put you in a ride, skirt. Shawty come and ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a taxi. I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' goss up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' goss up. Man, them suffer to find your love. I dey sing, you dey dance, you dey wine. When you cry, I go wipe in your eyes. Give me your bag, make I feel like muto. I'm the only one, you don't need another. I hold you down. You know this, baby. And I've told you now, I'm right there for you, baby. You don't get anywhere where I want to. If I could, I would love you in my next life. I don't really care about tomorrow. As long as you there right now, I go there fine. You got me here when I'm low. Girl, you can take my soul. All these things where they talk right now, I just love my body and bone. Body and soul. Body and soul. Oh, body and soul. I love the way you put it on me. That's the way you did to me, you demand me. It's a vibe and I'm rocking your body. The competition for your side, oh, they know this. Make you look me well, I don't be novice. Only you, I wanna need nobody, no. So baby girl, I hold you down. You know this, baby. And I've told you now. I dare for you, baby. I hold you down. You know this, baby. And I've told you now. I dare for you, baby. Don't get anywhere where I want to go. If I could, I would love you in my next life. I don't really care about tomorrow. As long as you do right now, I go there fine. You got me high when I know. Shawty, you can take my soul. All these things that I did up right now, I did feel up for my body and soul. I don't pay my dues, I dey fight it today. Bad belle people, they talk what today. Which kind cruise you want put me today? Your 8 no be 8 if you 8 your way. You know Kajadi, you dey buy Panadol. Okay, got the money long, pull it on. Don't near me, I get OCD. My corner mommy, I be OGB. I dey live my life, no compromising, don't be fighting. If you don't go green, I go move to the side. Talk to the next person, he dey try. Go easy, I'm frozen, hello caution. If you know me, you go know say my flight is different. I no need ticket. More money is a mile away. 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 Come here, oh man, no go down. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trouser fit to contain. Your
die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
Man, number one, see they be. You dey, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I dey sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you got it overload, and you know you ball like commando, yeah. Oh, no good, make a body your luggage. I define you for days, for days. I no drugs, I fit to contain. Your body not baggage. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, I take off for low. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the if you see her no man, tell him she be the one, no. Cause I know in my heart and my soul. If you do me jeje, me self I could dey follow, baby. Oh, if I enter your motor, pim pim pim, pim pim pim, I could make you to shout, pum pum pum, pum pum pum. Loving you, girl, no girl, holiday. I do my more day every day. I need no one like I need ya. Oh no. Loving you, girl, you get the pom pom share. You can know how I want the pom pom share. Oh, I need no one like I need you. Oh no. Oh, shower body down and come my lover. Make a dirty you well with my love. La. I say over my bed, listen, baby, come on, good sin, no be passing, good sin, no be passing, good sin, alhamdulillah, baby, listen, good sin, baby, come on, good sin, come on, good sin, come on, good sin, alhamdulillah. Bring out the dirty part of me, she bringing out dirt on my clean bed. Do you see the irony? Shit is so funny, lady on my right, she feeling all nice, so she gon' die. She fainting when you come online. She misses my eyes, cause when I hop in knees, I look straight in her eyes. Oh, shower body down and come my lover. Make a dirty you well with my love. La. Oh, I say shower body down and come my lover. Make a dirty you again, that's cost 90, baby. And I say over my bed, listen, baby, come on, good sin, no be passing, good sin, no be passing, good sin, alhamdulillah, baby, listen, good sin, baby, come on, good sin, come on, good sin. Care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Oh, la, the mango, my love. Show my love. If you want to let you come alone, if you find anybody, na money I want. Not the year with the people they love. Want to get a shakeleti love. It's a love and I want to get another one. I go take and do it in I love. Waiting you love. Let me waiting I love. Waiting I love. I go do it with my heart. Go be vodka. I'm on the ginger. But I know the ways that. Just carry on, give me no time. Bad boy day, me I day fine. And at the same time, me I day high. Must stand out, calm down, you go day fine. Like fine wine, no decline. Sing about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Go shake, ọmọ yìí don dey ja ṣerégélé, mo fọ́ fàyè, yeah. Lọ́la dé máa ń gbọ́ mọ́ lọ, ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan ìdí ṣọ́mọ́ lọ. Ẹ̀fí wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ, if you find anybody na money I want. But they hear wetin people dey talk, wọ́n ti gbé àṣà kẹ́lẹ́ tí lọ. See love and I wanna get another one, I go take and do wetin I love, wetin you love, baby, wetin I love, wetin I love, I go do am with all my heart. pretty face, yeah. You got a pretty body, yeah. But then you never gonna allow me, touch. You way too pretty for me. You way too pretty. Girl, I'll give you the world, my love. I'll give you the things you love. I know what trouble you. I know what trouble you. Now baby, the beast to your beauty. Give you the key to the new key. I know what trouble you. I know what trouble you. Sissy, you're beautiful from head to toe. Sissy, you're beautiful from head to toe. Body they throw me like a banana. Body they rise in my no. I say color your procoto, no go this logo down. Kelly they bossy my pololo. Can make a salute your commando. Tell if you balance Diego, I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Tell if I love your sueto, I'm a farisa. Tell your back, keep it connected. Yo crezco. Today that I crezco. Pay for your wisdom, and I could pay for your lesson. Today for your wisdom. Today that I crezco. Pay for your wisdom, I could pay for your lesson. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Tell if I love your sueto, I'm a farisa. Tell your back, keep it connected. And I can follow your cresco.
put in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, gon' give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. You got me like whoa, 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 whoa. Shawty gon' give me your lo, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my divine situation, I go use this.
holiday, holiday to Mozambique. Follow me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She made her bring helicopter. Oh, then make it look like I do overdo. What we go trouble their timeline. Give them a reason to love. Trouble their megabytes. Megabyte, what Lord. Trouble their timeline. Give them a reason to love. Trouble their megabytes. Megabyte. Baby girl, oh, you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Baby girl, oh, you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Fly boy. Oh, yeah, point and take. Put it all on. My old baby. Put up for rotator. Jelly fat good. Stop the love on me. My old baby. Put up for rotator. Baby girl, I'm whiskey away. Whiskey away on holiday. Holiday to Mozambique. Follow me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She made her bring helicopter. Oh, then shake it up like I do overdo. What we do, trouble their timeline. Give them a reason to love. Trouble their megabytes. Megabyte, what trouble their timeline. Give them a reason to love. Trouble their megabytes.
Butterfly for my belly, you giving me energy. I don't lose my composure, got me losing control. Giving me more than I need. Everything where you carry for body. Even if I carry me, baby. No fit to revise you, my oreke. My reading, my blues. My activity, your reading from Monday to Sunday. Say you be my goal. My Silvana, everything I go do for my baby. My reading, my blues. My activity, your reading from Monday to Sunday. Say you be my goal. Yeah, not everything I go do for my baby. My Chigo, my muse. Everything, my baby. My reading, my blues. So many things you did do, nobody do me like you do. My Chigo, my muse. Everything, my baby. My reading, my blues. So many things you did do, nobody do me. Carry you play, I fit to lose. Carry my love, put it all on you. And I get the money for two. Over my retina when you come through. Now you be my personal person. Forget Titi, that I need blessing. Other guys, you don't teach me lesson. Then not only you, ain't no distrust me. That's not person. My Chigo, my muse. Everything, my baby. My reading, my blues. So many things you did do, nobody do me like you do. My Chigo, my muse. Everything, my baby. My reading, my blues. So many things you did do, nobody do me like you do. Carry you from my head, my shoulder. Rock up for you, my knees and toes. Now you dey hide me and no one sober. Nobody do me like you do. Carry you from my head, my shoulder. Rock up for you, my knees and toes. Now you dey hide me and no one sober. Nobody do me like you do.
Flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love to a place she loves.
So I want to believe that we are having a nice time. I'm hoping that the tea break, the line would, fizzle out in a bit. I thank God that a good number of us have had our tea break. Please, if you're outside, I want to encourage you to come inside. We will continue with the conversation. The event is still going on. If you're outside, please find your way into the hall. Let's settle down and continue with our conversation. So the spoken word will be happening pretty soon when we have a significant number of people settled in the hall. So spoken word, please take note. We're going to be coming up in a bit. So I'm hoping that the lines for the tea break, everyone will be settled in soon. Let's say in 5 minutes or 10. So please, if you're outside and you've had your tea break, please make your way into the hall and let's settle down so that we can continue with the event that we're doing today. Thank you very much.
Loving you, they make me forget, say I get problem. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love to a place she loves.
Dear Father in heaven, about time to take over. You don't tell where I trouble you. Back down to Lucifer. I know the fellow pastor, they be for my Father, na Father. See me, I don't busy my call. I won't focus on you, on God. I only any my way. Any my way. You won't love my Barnabas. I only any my way. Any my way. You won't love me. I get sense, I get God, I come first, I don't boss. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people don't come report. Me I get sense, I get God, I come first, I don't boss. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people don't come report. Hey God, don't make I follow. This one waiting stay cause I still want to ball, I still want to turn on. Hey God, don't make I follow. This one waiting stay cause I still want to ball, I still want to turn on. Dear Father in heaven, sometimes I catch your blessing. He did take to show for face. He be like the HIV. Churchy for club, Gucci for club, like for photo. Make them know mommy I only any my way. Any my way. You won't love my Barnabas. I only any my way. Any my way. You won't love me. I get sense, I get God, I come first, I don't boss. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people don't come report. Me I get sense, I get God, I come first, I don't boss. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people don't come report. Hey God, don't make I follow. This one waiting stay cause I still want to ball, I still want to turn on. Hey God, don't make I follow. This one waiting stay cause I still want to ball, I still want to turn on.
You don't like me, what do my advice is when I do. Cause my guys don't follow no. When the sky start falling down, dirty my time. I'm still under you.
daddy. It's all about the energy, yeah. The mentality. Now you making my body. The body go sign. And you know everything I do is nobody else concerned. Sure you go come online. And I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm the light. Shake it, baby, shake it. I feel your vibration. Fine girl on motion. Beautiful temptation. Hot girl on rotation. Shake it, baby, shake it. Electricity. Vibes on the frequency, yeah. Till infinity. Steady on the different beat. Love is very sweet, but first you must get the moolah. Now poverty, now you making my money. Nobody go sign. And you know everything I do is nobody else concerned. She go come on, and I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm the light. Shake it, baby, shake it. I feel your vibration. Fine girl on motion. Beautiful temptation. Hot girl on rotation. Shake it, baby, shake it. Not tonight. Electricity. Eyes on the frequency, yeah. Cause I believe in my life.
Alade mi ashake. Unakasungala jano de waste time, oh na. Me I won't fire bazooka, oh na. Mr. Money no de waste time. Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Say baby don't find no day to shine, unaka. Show why me. Mr. Money no de waste time. Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Hello. You carry back a lot of filo. Mama jaka kono go de ghost you. Let me know what them kilo. Kumatingaza, Shina Sayon Falapa, Agata from Osapa, Bulala, Nishilu Japa, Omaja Bota, me Japa, I don't like nonsense, we are Kubota, I don't like nonsense, we are Kubota, Nishilu Japa, Omaja Bota, me Japa, I don't like nonsense, we are Kubota, I don't like nonsense, we are Kubota.
Hello. Thank you very much. Okay, so I can see that the queue is almost done and out. So please, if you're outside, kindly make your way back into the hall. I had to add strength to my voice so that they will hear me. If you're outside, kindly make your way back into the hall. We're going to be continuing with the conversation. Now, we're going to start with this. I know that some of us are still very busy with our hands, and that's okay. But I'm going to be hand-picking about 2 or 3 of us, and what you'll be doing, you'll give me at least 2 names. You will point at 2 people that you met in this event. You'll tell us their name and probably what they do. So this is going to be random. And I will start with somebody that I networked with in this event. Valentine, I know that you're busy, but I'm going to call you, so please come. Please, a round of applause for Valentine. I met Valentine right here in this. I can't hear your round of applause, please. Let me borrow your hands a bit. Thank you. So Valentine will be giving me 3 names of people that he met in this event, and possibly their phone numbers if we can try. Although that might be very difficult. Please, if you're outside, kindly make your way back into the hall so that we can continue with the conversation. I know that networking is critical to what we do, but we still have lots of time to network. So please, Valentine, I'm waiting for you. Can I have soft music in the background, please, while I wait? Just something really light and not very loud. Thank you.
Sunga la ja 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 sunga la ja 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 sunga
I hope that they are here in the hall. They've not gone home. Okay. All right, DJ, bring it down. So Valentine wants to tell us 3 people. So if he calls your name, just wave your hands. If it's not your name, don't wave your hands so that we will know if you really indeed networked. So Valentine.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, we are busy, even me myself. The first person I met In fact, she corrected me on the name. It's no other person than Moranike G. Did I get this right?
Moranike G, that will be me, I believe.
That's a round of applause for her, please. Then the second person, let me start with her phone number. It was very important. Should I call out your phone number, ma? Oh.
Wouldn't that give you exposure to her name? Start with her name.
Please pardon me if I murder your name. Ramnatu.
Did he pronounce that correctly? A round of applause for Valentine, please. One more person, Valentine. 3. You're giving us 3.
Yes, the third person, sorry I did not remember your name, but I remember that you are from Enugu State and you live in Abuja. She's here, the young lady sitting beside me.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a great attempt. I will call on Nature. Please, a round of applause for Nature as she comes up to tell us the 3 people that she has met in this event that she didn't know before now. A round of applause, please. Also, if you're outside, kindly make your way inside the hall. We'll continue our conversations. We're waiting for you. Encourage Nature, please. Thank you. Okay, 3 people, their names.
Okay, thank you. So I have met Anthony. I have met Adaize. She's not here. I think she stepped out. Anthony. Okay. He just left my seat, so he stepped out. So Adaize, she was just seated by her side. And then I met Ekemini. I met other amazing people. Thank you.
A round of applause for Nature, please. And a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much. You've done very well. And I want to really appreciate your presence in this wonderful meeting. So right about now, we'll be taking the spoken word. And to do that, it's an amazing woman, Zainab Tijani Mohammed. She's a performance poet, a storyteller, and a writer. She has performed at various events like LibFest, ALS, GSC, Safe Space Initiative, Search for Common Ground, Elect Her, and more. Through the art of spoken word, Zainab uses her voice to shed light on important issues like mental health awareness, women's rights, motivational words, advocacy, and so much more. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Zainab Tijani for the spoken word. Please, let's clap for Zainab Tijani as she makes her way to the podium for the spoken word.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Happy International Youth Day. The theme for today's event, From Awareness to Action, Empowering Youths in Nigeria for the SDGs. I know we are aware of the challenges we face: poverty, inequality, climate change, unemployment, hunger. These SDG goals serve as a guide for awareness and also alert us to take action, because we seek to see the solution, not blind our eyes to the pollution. We seek to redress this wreaking fate that has us in a state of agitation. I'm a believer, so when my pen bows to paper and inks out its fears, you know it's only right to write what's left of the truth. So we keep feasting on hope so we do not starve the seeds of tomorrow. We fight for our rights, so when pessimism bleeds out of our bodies, we try. We try to break our bones out of this prison of injustice and inhale optimism. Can you hear us? This deafening sound from discrimination, proposing to end discrimination and violation, seeking for employment to turn down poverty, while we aim to increase community empowerment. Remember, adversity is not a coping mechanism. Our paws of hope will not shrink, not bend, not break, not flatten. So when we push to advocate, we seek to birth our dream of a better tomorrow. And I know this because we are awake now, and we see the vision. Me plus you, an addition to the working solution towards achieving the SDGs. You see, this is the kind of system we aim to constitute. This is the goal we aim to score to sustain development. You see, when youths are empowered, we take the power of responsibility handed over to us, like an heirloom gifted to groom us to create meaningful impact. So let us pull awareness and action into a warm embrace, because this race won't run itself. So imagine a world where we shift from dreams to reality, where everyone takes action united by a passion for shared goals. Walk with me. Walk with me through this scene so we see what the seeds of our intentions can germinate into. A scene where poverty has ended and there's no hunger. A scene where all women and girls are empowered, no longer forced to cower in the face of discrimination. Imagine the elation that comes with more job opportunities, where education is the master of the game, promoting lifelong learning opportunities. Stay with me. We are imagining, but we are also awake, where youths become active change makers, solutions unraveling out of their palms, answers unrolling out of their mouths. This can be our reality. So to the youths, rise up and take part in changing the world. Let us act out this movie of our dreams. We are the script writers of this story, so be involved. Participate in initiatives that align with the SDG goals. Bring up ideas, and to the people, governments, agencies, empower us today, because we, the youth, we are awake now, and we see the vision. So empower us today. Let's take action. Thank you.
Please help me appreciate her once again. Is that the best that we can do? Please help me appreciate her once again. All right. Let's do a quick recap. Are we ready? What do we say when we say 2024 International Youth Day? That's not strong enough. So we'll take it bit by bit, okay? 2024 International Youth Day. You're helping them. I like that. Unity. 2024 International Youth Day. And this row. 2024 International Youth Day. You have gone home. A round of applause for yourselves. A round of applause for yourselves, please. So right about now, I want us to pay our attention and put our eyes, our gaze, I beg your pardon, on the multimedia screen. Right about now, we will be watching a documentary. Please help me tap your neighbor and tell your neighbor, neighbor, please come back. Tell your neighbor, neighbor, please come back. We are still here. The event is still happening. What did they say? You are welcome. Thank you. So right about now, I'll need us to fix our gaze on the multimedia screen. We'll be seeing two documentaries. Now, the first one is from the Nigerian Youth SDGs, and it's the Speak Up Stand Out documentary. The video will talk about decent work and employment under the Nigerian Youth SDGs. It's called the Speak Up Stand Out Project. Now, the Speak Up Stand Out Project was created to build youth leaders who will lead and mobilize other young people to advocate for social issues affecting young people in their community. This program, the program delivery, was centered around equipping these potential youth leaders with the resources and the capacity to improve their leadership capacity and lead social change in their communities. Ladies and gentlemen, is the video ready?
How does it feel
living in a world where every man is able to meet his needs, where every family is financially sufficient and able to contribute to the welfare of the society. Such world is possible. My name is Adenike Bamigbade. I stand for no poverty.
I stand for zero hunger, a world where no one goes hungry, and a world where no one has to ask if there's food. I believe in a world where no child has to die of diseases we can cure, where proper health care is a lifelong right for everyone.
Over 260 million children are out of school worldwide. Let's ensure quality education and give lifelong learning, inclusive education for all.
I believe both males and females are created equal, should be treated equally, and should have equal opportunities to express themselves in the society. When this is done, then we'll have a better world to live.
I believe in a world where proper toilets and clean water will be made available to all in schools, homes, and workplaces.
Today, the conventional energy sources we have are expensive and they are hazardous to the environment. And I stand for clean and affordable sources of energy.
I believe that every young person has the right to a well-paying job, which leads to economic growth.
Innovative industries are the backbone of the growing economy and generation. I am blessing. Let's work towards creating innovative industry and infrastructure.
A world where you are you, I am me, and we are both given equal opportunities. I stand for reduced inequalities.
I stand for sustainable communities and cities. We can put an end to damaging our environment.
We must be responsible for what we produce and what we consume. Whatever we take out of our earth, we should ensure that we put it back right in it.
Over the years, our ecosystem has been depleted by man's misuse of the environment, leading to rising sea levels, which has also led to flood, drought, and other rising heat waves on plant life and animal life. We need to respect the ecosystem, we need to respect Mother Earth, so Mother Earth can take care of us, and also the future unborn, which is the goal of the SDGs.
The way we take care of life on ground is the same way we should take care of life below water. Flora and fauna and massive resources below seabed. I stand for life below water.
Hi, my name is Rachel Akimbebuje. We must protect and restore life on land.
War and terrorism have caused great pain in our society. So therefore I introduce to you peace, justice and strong institution.
The SDGs are individual goals.
We are stronger and achieve more when we work together.
We stand for partnership for the goals.
I would expect that we'll give a round of applause right there. Those are young people who have come forward to stand up and speak out for each of the SDG goals that they are working for. A round of applause, please. Let's appreciate the Nigerian Youth SDGs for that Speak Up and Stand Out documentary. The second one you're about to see is the Oxfam street poll on election.
Yes.
It is centered on active citizenship.
Yes.
Yes, I did. Yes, I voted the last time.
Yeah, I voted.
Really? I did not vote? But I did not vote.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I did not. No.
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Actually not.
No.
Yes, I vote. I wasn't around, and I think we had to vote
When
we registered.
I didn't vote because my work didn't permit me to do my how they call it?
Voters card.
Voter card and other things. So I didn't vote.
So I did attempt to vote. I spent like 15 hours in my polling unit, and at the end I didn't get to vote.
Yes.
Where I go vote? I no go vote again. I think I will vote again.
Nope.
Yeah? Thanks.
I'm not sure. No.
Hopefully, yeah. I will. Yes.
Of course, I will.
I will, of course.
No.
Yes. Why not? Okay. If God keep me alive and give me that grace, why would that?
Imagine Nigeria still get problem, we no get cash, we no get money. The
can increase fuel, increase light. I want to provide the money. Just imagine person no get money, say me bring 10,000. And when you want to come out,
According to what we were told by the INEC chairman, he said, go and exercise your rights and vote, and your vote will count. But my vote didn't count. And the stress.
Those are people that will still find their way to get what they want. So I believe my vote will count. There's no need of me wasting my time and energy to go and stand in the queue to vote again.
Because the candidate used to vote, they don't used to win. So there's no point in voting actually.
Because last election was the first election I voted, and I don't think I'll ever vote again because who I voted for them.
Things don't work out well in this country, and I don't want to raise my expectations too high again.
They're not really high, if I'm being honest. I don't really have like very high hopes. But I'm hoping like he would do some of the things he mentioned in his manifesto, like look at energy, look at the SME sector, and then just maybe like find a way to revamp the economy, and then we can only hope.
My expectation is for him to do Nigeria well, trying to be roads, education, everything.
Since he's there and we already see what he's doing, I just believe that he should look into coppers and try and increase our allowance. I think that would be nice.
Yeah, this our new president. What do they expect from this man? A lot of things, making change some things, so that this new elected will not be like old one. They can carry people along.
Okay.
You understand?
They should increase allowance. They should just do better.
In what? You're the second person to say do better. So do better in what area?
In education, allowance increment. Transportation is high now, so we need it to go like.
Because of the fuel subsidy.
Yeah, we need to go down because our money, our 33K is not enough. We need more money to.
Like the new government now, I don't see any good thing they want to do, because the only good thing now they don't do now is they hide money for us. So which good thing way I go on make them do? So make the good thing way I go on, I mean they just send Nigeria, give my own share, then they hold their own.
Anything though, but let it favor myself and my family.
First of all, the fuel price in Nigeria is something else. Coming out every day now is too expensive. Spending almost times two of what we used to spend before. Also from here to where I'm staying at. They used to carry me 200 naira before, now it's around 400 naira. I think the government should do something about it. I just wish they could actually do the right thing. That's just all.
Nothing is very difficult though. It's very worse now like before. But I know that with time, we'll be above the sky.
Yeah, I don't know what they will do. I told you, I don't know what to say. I don't even know what anything that they want they should do, because our hope have failed. Anything they want, if they want they should treat us bad, if they want they should treat us good. That one is left to them.
You hope I get for Nigeria, maybe not for myself.
I don't have hope. I hope for the country to be better someday.
So that means you still have hope in Nigeria?
Yes. Yeah, I kind of do.
Oh yeah, I don't have hope in Nigeria.
Actually, we give everything in the hands of God.
I don't think I have hope in Nigeria. I only have hope in God.
Why don't you have
Nigeria have failed us? Still have, I don't have a choice. It's my country.
That video that you just watched highlights the political participation of Nigerians at the general elections, and it is produced by Oxfam in Nigeria, and it is tagged Street Poll on Election. So if I say, for instance, let's do an in-house poll on elections, I wonder what the turnout will be. How many people voted at the last election? Okay, that's a good number. Sorry? Check that again. Oh, did it? Oh, I'm coming to that. Please help me again. How many people voted? Okay. How many people did not vote? If you did not, there's no need to be ashamed. It has come and gone. We can plan for the next one. How many people did not vote? How many people felt as though their vote, it counted? If you feel strongly that your vote was worth it, okay? If you feel strongly that your vote did not count, 2 hands. Okay, so if you are in between, let me see your hand up. I'm asking that because some people who did vote, but they are not saying it did count or it did not count. But altogether, how many people believe that there is still chance, there is still hope for Nigeria? I would expect that all our hands are up. We, the young people, we are the future, the noun of this country, so we cannot afford to lose hope. Please look at your neighbor and tell your neighbor, you cannot afford to lose hope. Look at another neighbor, say you cannot afford to lose hope in Nigeria. Nigeria is our country. And that leads us to the next panel session. Please, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. That brings us to the next panel discussion, and it is centered around youth and democracy, addressing the gaps. The documentary obviously has highlighted some of the gaps, and even in this room, taking the simple poll now, it shows some gaps in democracy and youth participation. So I will introduce the panel moderator for this wonderful panel session. Please help me welcome Mr. Goodwill Lasisi. He is the Youth Activators Lab Associate for the Nigerian Youth SDG. Lasisi Godwin is a public health professional and the UN Award winner, SDG advocate with a first-class degree in public health from the University of Ilorin. They call themselves the Better by Far. He is the Goodwill Ambassador for Africa Agenda 2063 and Global Youth Ambassador for UN Green Academy, the World and Youth Now Global Goals Action. He is the Programs Director for CAS Educational Foundation, Youth Activators Lab Associate of the Nigerian Youth SDGs, and Country Rep for Africa Youth Forum International. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Goodwill Lasisi. A round of applause, please. Okay.
Why is everyone looking at me? Please close your eyes, I'm shy. Good evening, everyone. I mean, we've had a fantastic day. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation to a panel session that focuses on youth, that's youth-led, and it's youth-engaging. It's a pleasure to have all of you here. My name is Lasisi Godwin, and I'm a Youth Activator Lab of the Nigerian Youth SDGs Network. I'll be inviting a few esteemed personalities onto the stage to moderate a session that focuses on youth and democracy. I mean, we've been speaking since morning and we're talking about, okay, what do the youth bring to the table? They said, if we won't be given the table, then we'll bring our chairs. Personally, I would say, let's break the table. We don't even want a table anymore. Let's break the table. Who wants to break the table? Okay, yeah, so we'll be having a few persons here. First, I'll be bringing onto the stage Benita Ezumezu. Please pardon my pronunciation. Miss or Mrs., pardon me, Miss Benita Ezumezu. So she is a passionate and experienced social entrepreneur. She's program manager at Citizens Common International. They engage with youth-led populations in respect to civic participation and so much more. We also have Nietzsche, pardon my pronunciation, Franca Abuzi. Okay, yes. You're welcome to the stage, please. So Franca Abuzi is a youth activist, a writer, a public speaker, SDG activator, and the founder of Franca Abuzi Youth Foundation. So she's currently a UNICEF young influencer, and I mean, she engages youth-led population in her capacity as a young individual. We also have Maurice Canis Chukwu, who is a lawyer and a Chevening scholar. How many of us are aware? Because I feel like it's important, I'll be giving a little tip. Most of us do not leverage our social media apps enough. How many of us know the Chevening Scholarship Award applications are open? So the Chevening Scholarship applications are open. It gives an opportunity for young people to secure a fully funded opportunity to apply for postgraduate studies outside of the country, fully funded with stipends and all of that. So we also have the next moderator, who is, okay, we all have three of them here. Okay, I'm the third moderator. So thank you so much. So we'll be moderating this session. Do I sit at the left or the, I'll stay with the women. Ladies first. So good day everyone once again. Our topic for today and the panel discussion will be focused participation and democracy and youth participation. So I will just give the speakers on board a few minutes to introduce yourself. Pardon me also for mispronouncing your name. So I'll just use the opportunity to properly call out your name. And some of us in the audience might want to follow your social media. So please, we could just do that quickly. Your name and the organization you work with.
Hi everyone, my name is Benita Izumezu. I work with Citizens Common Advocacy International. And what we do basically is we support non-profits, starters. We also support change makers and then youth leaders, individuals that, that want to, start their own organizations. And then we also provide them with resources and empower them with the skills required to join the world to join the mission to make the world a better place. While we're doing that, we also ensure that we make use of technology. We utilize technology for that processes. And then my social media handle is Benita Izumezu, basically. Thank you, and it's an honor to be here today with every youth here. And happy International Youth Day.
Please, can we have a round of applause, please?
Everyone, my name is Nietzsche Franca Abuzi from Kaduna State. I'm a youth activist, an author, and a public speaker. I'm the convener of Frank Abuzi Youth Foundation. You can check us out on Facebook and other social media handles where we talk about dissent, specifically dissent work. That's my area. It's nice meeting you this afternoon. Happy International Youth Day.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maurice Kenis Chuku. I'm a researcher at Amnesty International. I'm a lawyer, I'm a Chiefney scholar, and I'm glad to be here today. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, it looks like we are being gender impartial. Why was the male clap not to? Please, can we give the male a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. So I'll be starting with Benita. With the work that you do at Citizens Common, there's so much that you have done with interacting with youth-led populations, and having young people participate in civic duties and all of that. So looking ahead, what do you envision as the future of Nigerian youth population in democratic processes? Because, today someone spoke about people choosing to vote, and some even going ahead to vote, but then with the idea that their vote doesn't count. So what do you exactly think is the future of the Nigerian youth population with respect to what they do in terms of civic participation?
Very much for that. So I'll start with this. Basically, or currently, what the Nigerian system is in respect to democratic processes, right? I think we don't do a lot of research as youths. We just want to, you hear about the problems or the issues, and then you want to just go in without your own research. You need to understand why you're doing what you're doing, right? You need to understand why you make a decision to get involved or participate in the democratic processes. And then we also understand that most youths do not leverage, or some youths do not leverage technology. Yes, we're already in a digitalized world, and then some youths already utilize this technology. But the truth is it really enough? Are you doing enough? You're here right now, you can access technology. What about those people in the local communities? How do they access these technologies, right? And then, just like what happened in the protest, sorry, let me ask this question. How many of us participated in the 2020 NSAS protests? Okay. Then, okay, thank you. And then how many of us actually participated in this recently concluded protest? How many of us did that? Okay. So you see what the problem is. It's not about actually participating in the process, in the protest, right? But we should also understand that the people coming out to protest, are they properly educated? You are educated, right? You have the knowledge, you have the ideas, you know what you want. You want to end bad governance. And then when we see the list of what is required to end bad governance, you're seeing that they're saying they want the protesters that were arrested in 2020 to be released. How many of them knows how many protesters are still in the police custody? And then when you see all of this, there is no proper education, there is no proper awareness, and then lack of information to people in the local communities. When we're gathered here, we're educated, we have idea of what we want, we have idea of what we're speaking about, right? But what about people that are in the local community? How do you want to ensure they also participate and have a clear understanding of what they are fighting for? And then when you look at it, right, it is, when you ask people during the protest, they were asking, why are you protesting? And somebody is saying, hunger. If you are giving 5,000 naira today to buy something or something to fill your stomach today, would that make you not protest? All right? But then, and then other people are talking about personal reasons why, okay, they are not able, inflation, right? But then if you look at it in a broader scale, why do you think these people are more focused with the present? Why not the future? How do you make sure that they are focusing on the future, not just for them, for their families, for their children, for your children as youths, right? For your generation, your nieces and your nephews and families. Who knows? It may be your family that may be arrested tomorrow and may be in the police custody, right? These are some of the things that needs to be done, to be taught. So there's more like proper awareness to these people. And then when they're going into the protest, is there proper education to make them know that, okay, when you're going to protest, what are the things you need to look out for? How do you protect yourself as an individual, as an active citizen? How do you ensure that when I'm protesting for the right reasons, and then when I'm doing all these things, I'm doing it because I want change, not just for myself, for people around me, for families, for friends, right? And then another thing I'm going to add to this is, how do we now ensure that these people in these communities have access to technology, right? So that they are able to participate. Because if you look at it, most people that actually drove the protest were basically, were online. They saw this information and they are involved in the democratic process.
Interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It looks like the young people have a lot for us to say today. So I would go straight to Franca. I mean, she's spoken a lot about how young people view democratic processes and the kinds of things that they do. So from your own point of view and from the work that you've done, what kind of trends do you think young people could hop on in order to change their perspective towards viewing democratic processes?
Okay, thank you so much, Lasisi. In a way to answer your question, I would like us to conclude on this debate of the table, the chair, destroying the table, bringing our own chairs, and so on. So I have this suggestion, and I don't know how the House will see it. But what if, since some are saying we should take our chairs and go meet them at the table, but then someone said, that means we'll be seated at the back and they will get to hear us. Then some suggested, what if we create our own table and invite them over to the table? Then someone also asked, what if they don't go? My suggestion, what if we go to their table, we majestically walk to their table? And you see those places, they keep their mics. Those places, they keep their drinks and the rest. For instance, he's keeping his mic, his drink, or anything here. We can help them to hold it while we sit in between. What about that suggestion? Now, The thing is, when it comes to youth and democracy in Nigeria, I think we need more of wisdom to tackle this issue. It's not every issue or matter that we will bring up a fight, bring up a challenge, or we want to have it both. No, I don't think this youth and democracy in Nigeria is something we should tackle this way. The best way to tackle this issue is when we use smartness and wisdom. Approach them using smartness and wisdom. So to answer your question, sir, I'm talking about youth in democracy, table seat, blah, 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 blah. We're not demanding a seat because we want to be there, because we want to make a name, we want to be famous, we want to be president, senators, and so on. We are demanding a seat because there is a change we want to bring. So even as a youth, if you're here and you don't have a change you want to bring, then you shouldn't be demanding a seat. What else will you be going there to do? You will demand a seat when you have change, when you have a change you want to bring. Because if you don't have a change, then you go there and end up doing the same thing we are facing. So we are not demanding the seat because we want to create a name for ourselves. Rather, we are demanding a seat because there is a change we are willing to bring. And so as leaders and change makers, it is essential we understand this. She spoke about being aware, being educated before jumping into any protest, any issue you want to talk about. I will come to that. But for now, youth are seen as backbones of the nation. When it comes to creativity, ideas, energy, and perspective, they call us because they know we can do that well. But when it comes to decision making, when it comes to the nation's decision making, they exempt us, making us feel we are not needed or we are not capable to do that. Now, this same youth are advised to, they see us capable and qualified to start up households, to look for jobs, to work, not to be useless Nigerian youth, and so on. But when it comes to political system, they see us as being incapable and inexperienced to do that. But how can we show them that what they are thinking is not right? And that's by doing exactly what she said. Being aware, being educated, having enough relevant knowledge and understanding of what we are going into. It's not all about sitting, going through your phone and seeing some messages in Facebook, Twitter, and the rest, and then you buy into it. Have you done your own research about it? So the best way we can go with youth and democracy in Nigeria is first of all by educating ourselves, being aware what is politics, what is democracy, what are those democratic processes, what does it entail? You should not do it because someone is doing it. Have you done your own researches? Have you thought about it? Have you consulted other people you can learn from and gain more knowledge about it? Instead of going into it just like that, just because I see him or I see her doing it. So democracy is not just about voting, but then in Nigeria, we the youth are actually seen as mere voters. We are the ones that are supposed to be doing the voting. And to some extent, we are actually buying into that. For instance, I'm very guilty now saying this. Francisca asked a question and said, how many of us have membership, party membership card? And I think only few hands were up. I don't want to ask the question again because I'm guilty. All right, so only few hands were up. But when she asked, how many of you don't like what is happening in Nigeria? We all raised our hands. So what is happening? It's not even telling. So if we want to change what is happening in our country, then we are to participate. But then before participating, we should be aware of what we are going into. We should be enlightened and educated about the matter at hand. So we are not just the future, we are the present. And I will tell you that gone are the days that they used to tell us, youth are the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today, And not just today, our leadership starts now in this conference hall. Now that you're going out, it starts immediately. So whatever you are doing, thank you so much. So whatever you are doing, just know that you are a leader. And we have creatives, we have initiatives, we have ideas, we have ambitions that we can go and make a change. The goal is to make a change. If you don't have a change to make, then I don't see why you are demanding for a chair, for a table, or for whatsoever. So the Nigeria, or the future of the youth in participating in politics and democracy, what I see for the future of the Nigerian youth is a participation, a meaningful participation, not just a participation because you can participate and they will just keep you as mere observer. That's not what we want. We want to actively participate because with the knowledge we have, with the experiences we have, with the exposure we have, we believe in ourselves. I believe in myself and I know that you believe in yourself, that you have a change to make. Now when we get to the table, we're not going to play the cards the way they play it. We're not going to play the game the way they play it. We are going with a new mindset and we are taking over because we have a positive change to make. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. I picked one thing from what she said, which was having information. And not just any kind of information, but information in the space in which you want to influence. I'll just give a short... Hello? Okay, yeah. So, most of the young persons in this hall will have recognized me. They will call Lasisi, Lasisi, Lasisi. So starting up in the development space, I was almost at every event. There's a climate change conference, Lasisi is there. There's a democracy conference, Lasisi is there. There's a sustainable development conference, Lasisi is there. There's a peace conference, Lasisi is there. And yes, in as much as it's also good to participate in all of this, but it also diversifies your focus and your concentration in respect to getting acquainted with that space. So as a young person, you want to get involved into democracy, you want to get acquainted, you want to be knowledgeable, you want to influence policies, you want to write up commendations, briefs and all of that, to influence the government's decisions. It's important you concentrate your efforts in a space in which you want to be identified with. So which is exactly what will move me to the next question. I mean, because of the work that you do with Amnesty International, there's a lot that happens with young people in respect to keeping them, I do not want to say the word caged, but in respect to putting a slide or a backdrop to the activities that they do and the repercussions of their protests and their agitations to that backdrop that is being put against them. So what exactly do you think is the way forward in respect to, young people with the right kind of opportunities, right kind of platforms? What exactly it is that you think should be in place for young people to be able to, then say, yes, I can prosper or I can be fruitful in the democratic space in respect to all of this?
Thank you very much. Welcome once again to everyone. So the issue of political participation in the country, particularly for young people, has to go back to the Constitution. One, the age for political participation. We saw what happened in 2016 with the Not Too Young to Run bill. That campaign was vigorous. I think it was Samson Itodo of Yaga that championed it in Nigeria, and we saw a lot of processes both in the House of Reps and in the Senate. And I think it was in 2018 that the president signed the bill into law, reducing the age for the president, the governor, the senators, and the House of Rep members. But then, of course, the challenge is this: because the Constitution has already stated a certain age, there are still, for the act to be effective, there still needs to be amendment to the Constitution. And that has not been done since then. Or there have been pockets of amendment, first or third alteration, that introduced the industrial code, the fifth alteration, I think, that authorized the states to have state prisons, but the issue of amending the constitution to reflect the age of, so that youth can participate adequately at the highest level has not been done. So as this present National Assembly is engaging on amendment of the constitution, youth bodies here, I think you have a role to play. Let's continue to be watchful and know the dates these debates are coming up so that we can be able to make presentations. Age is indeed becoming a factor in politics. The ongoing campaign for elections in America, we saw what happened with the backlash on Biden and his performances and age and all of that. They had to drop and introduce Kamala Harris, who is a much younger and fiery person. And then recently we saw in Senegal, where for the first time in Africa, in an through an electoral process, a very young person emerged. What happened with, where is that country that the musician wanted to contest, a very young guy, and what's that guy's name? Bobby Wine. Which country is that again? Uganda. Bobby Wine, he had the vote of the masses, he had the support of the masses, but the old people, sorry if that term is derogatory, they dealt with him so much that I think he was even under arrest before the election. So age is becoming indeed a factor. But then, for the young people, all of us here, I think almost 99%, how many of us even know the process of belonging to a political party? Because my colleague mentioned something that is very important. Even with all our looter and all of that, the politicians see us, one, as voters, secondly, as talks, political talks. And the Constitution has no provision for independent candidates. So no matter what we shout and say here, we cannot hold political office unless we belong to political parties. So how many of us here even know the process of joining a political party? If you do, raise up your hand. Only about 10 people in this whole hall. So where are we going to take the table? It's not relationship that I will say I'm the table. Secondly, we are all complicit, youths, including myself. I was following a politician, and a fantastic guy. He once held a federal office and all that, and he was campaigning during the debates in one of the elections in Anambra. People from Anambra might know him. He once managed a federal agency and was once a minister, a very young guy, and he did so well in all the debates. And on the eve of the elections, all his supporters, 99% young people, called him and said, tomorrow is the elections. Where is our money? And the man said, I have no money, but I've been passing this message across the 24 local governments in the state, 21 local governments in the state. Sorry, Anambra is not my state, so I'm not talking about my state. And all his supporters disappeared. Like, sorry to quote the Bible, who will cast the first stone if you have not done this? All of them disappeared. And he came last in the elections. So young people, during campaigns, we have seen young people print posters who want to participate. How many of us, let's be honest, have ever voted for them without following the chief, the Otumba or the Alhaji? How many of us? Let's be realistic. When we even look at their posters, because they don't have the money to print the quality posters, we even smile at them and say, this guy even looks hungry. So what are we talking about? How do we take over the table or even become the table? Taking the table doesn't mean that we can march to Asarok and say, stand up, we'll sit down, you must listen to us. No, it has to start with political participation. That's what I'm trying to say, in essence, political participation. During the NSAS protests, beside the shooting at Lekki Tollgate on 20th October 2020, 4 years ago almost, where 10 people died, and at Alausa in Lagos, where 2 people died. Every other person that disrupted the process were young people, youths. During the last elections, we saw people on bikes. They would come to beat people. Are they old people? No. So somebody was talking about education and retraining and mindset. The youths, we have to start from ourselves. We have to start from ourselves. Let me tell you a little bit about protests. For the past 2 years, I've been researching on the NSAS protest that happened 4 years ago. 2 years ago, I was at Agodi prison in Ibadan. I was at Kirikiri prison in Lagos, and I was at the Ikoyi prisons, and you see that there were still over 100 protesters in these 3 places alone that are still locked up in the prison for participating in the protests. They have no court dates. They just put them there. They have no lawyer. If you're a lawyer, you understand what it means when you have no court dates. Because only when your court date is approaching that the court officials will take you to the court. So, and you are in the prison, you are not an awaiting trial. So we started campaigning for them. You are talking about the course of my work. And luckily, the governor of Oyo State released the 7 people in Ibadan. Last year, they kept releasing them, but surprisingly, what they were charged for, nobody was charged for protest. Of course, during the protest, there were lootings, there were attacks at police stations, so they charged them with various kinds of offenses, and so many of them that involved in the protests are still being held today, some of them without court dates. I'm telling you what I know. Beyond that, the civic space, like those of us who are here, maybe we are courageous. The civic space has been shrinked in Nigeria. So for us to participate, that element of fear, that's why this last protest was not very fruitful. But of course, even if it was just for a day, a message has been passed. Even if it's just for a day, a message has been passed, and the governments, they heard. But the authorities have continued to use intimidation, unlawful arrests, detentions, and enforced disappearances to make sure that youth still remain at 2 levels mentioned here: voters and political talks. So it's for us to begin to recreate our mindset. There was a gentleman that was so vocal, attacking the authorities, campaigning for youth participation. His name is Dadiata. Who knows him? Who knows Dadiata? Dadiata was disappeared from his home in 2019, 5 years ago. Up to today, nobody knows whether he is alive or not. So someone from his family, I was speaking with his brother recently. People from his community, because it was like their shining light. Nobody there you can call out for protest or to write anything on Facebook against the government, and he will agree. So we also have to begin to talk to ourselves. Why are youths, because before we talk about what will be how can we make progress, why are youths, including me and you, easily political tools for aggression, for suppression, for intimidation, for touting, for killing? And we saw the picture of the woman that was stabbed because she wanted to cast her vote in Lagos. Who remember that woman? And she went home, treated herself, and came back. Was it an old man that stabbed her? Youths. So the question is, it might not be the few of us in this hall, it might be the few progressive youths. Might, not that we are, including me. So is it money? You find that the economic empowerment is a very critical issue. I've seen people who work with me in the grassroots, in the rural areas for good political participation, and on the eve of the election, in fact, on the election day, with 500 naira, I looked around, all the people are organized. They all left and collected the money. So how will you, before you talk about it, how will you start to become empowered, particularly economically? That's one thing I want us to think about. Secondly, beyond university degree in Nigeria now, if you don't go ahead to empower yourself more, people in the sector will know what I'm saying, the development sector. Just go to the NYC camps and look at the core members that pass out every year. Batch what? How many batches do you have now? Is it up to D now? I think C. And this happens every year, 3 times a year. So we are in a country where university degree has become nothing. Beyond this, what can you do? That's the question for you. Before we even talk about all the fantasies, beyond your university degree, what will you do? I got an email in 2011 that changed my life, and I'm going to share it with you. I was a core member at Nigerian Ports Authority in Warri. I was working in the legal department and working with the port manager. Sorry, I'm talking about myself. And I was now searching on my office desktop foreign universities where you can do masters. I was now looking for scholarship. I developed a fantastic email and I was just sending it to all the universities in the UK. And one of them replied me. I didn't get any answer for more than 6 months. One of them eventually replied me and said, nobody gives you a scholarship because your parents are poor. If you're looking for a scholarship for primary school, that could be a factor. But you're looking for a scholarship for masters to advance your career, that means you already have a university degree. Whatever you become in life is up to you. So that's changed my mindset. Second thing that happened again that changed my mindset. When I finished my service, I came to Lagos with 1 shirt and 1 trouser because I've gotten a job in one law firm and I just called my brother to come to Warri and pack my things. When I got to Lagos, man, I saw that life was hard. My uncle I had in mind I waited to stay with. When I got to Lagos, I found out I was living in one room with 4 children and his wife. So I had to hit the streets. And I called my boss in Warri and told him that I'm in Lagos, so that I'm dying. I know you have a house in Lagos. Can I be living in your house? And he now told me, Morris, why I will pick your call again after today? Like you have worked with me for a year. Why most young people cannot access help? Help is not in terms of money. It's because they keep begging people they meet for money, for accommodation, for this, for that. That shows, Morris, that you cannot compete. So go out and learn how to compete so that when next you call me, I will pick your call. So by the time we young people keep calling the politicians and the few rich people in our community and keep asking for money and keep painting stories how we are dying and all that, they don't take us serious. The only thing they see us is what? As political touts. That is the only thing. Recently, with the judgment that the Attorney General of the Federation got on local government autonomy, you know, most states are now driving to do their local government elections. Go to your locality. So there's advertisement, there's opportunity in most states for people to contest for local government chairmen and councillors. I took time to study what's going on in the communities and monitoring. You hardly see any young person even coming out to contest for a councillor. To contest for an ordinary councillor is very expensive. So without economic empowerment, you find that every young man is a political tool. There's one thing Hitler did, an experiment. I'm concluding. Okay, I'm concluding. One experiment Hitler did, he called on his generals, war generals in a room, and they brought a fowl, a live chicken, and corn in the center of the table, and dropped the fowl and the corn, and the fowl was eating the corns. And he now told one of his men to bring the fowl, and he removed all the feathers of the fowl. The fowl was still alive, and dropped the corn and the fowl. The fowl couldn't move to eat the corn. He said, this is what we do to the people. The fowl now depended on someone to bring the corn and to eat. This is what the politicians do to me and you. Remove all our power so much that we depend solely on them and say we can be easy political tools. So if there's anything you're taking away, as you live here, I don't want to be theoretical, I'm just using live example. As you live here, begin to think how that email I got made me get a Chigo scholarship that I went to study in the UK and stayed and came back, and I didn't spend a kobo. And I was being paid every month. As at that time, it was £1,500 to study with a working visa. It was that single email that gave me that mindset. It was that thing that my boss told me, not to beg for urgent 2K and start painting pictures that you're dying, so that people that know your competence can look for opportunity and give you, and not think that you're calling them to beg for money. If you're able to go above this, the sky is your limit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's amazing the opportunities that exist when you know how to walk the talk. So we'll just go again briefly, but just 2-3 minutes, just very, very briefly. I'll start with you, Benita. I mean, so the same way, I was speaking with someone earlier today, and I was like, if you want to blow as a celebrity, are we together, please? Are we together? So if you want to blow as a celebrity, what are the 2 I'll just make a brief poll. What are the 2 social media apps you must have if you want to blow as a content creator? Instagram, TikTok. Exactly. So we have major apps, and it's amazing because it's well known. So there are certain tools that you must have for you to thrive in the content creation space. Is that right? So in the same way, there are certain tools that you must have to thrive in the democracy space in order to participate in politics, in order to participate as a young person upcoming in the space of civic participation. So with the work that you do, what exactly do you think young people could key into in respect to participating actively and gaining prominence in the political space? And also, what are the possible challenges and opportunities that you think exist within that space? To you, Benita, just in 2-3 minutes briefly.
This is, okay, it's working. Yes, thank you very much. So I think for me, based on my experience, for us, just like he mentioned, or let's go back to the theme of the program, of this program, from awareness to action, right? We launched a program in 2021, evidence from the NCAS protest, and the program was from protest to action, right? And then what we did is, we didn't just want to focus on protests. It's like, in Nigeria, youth are always taking, we're not serious, that's the terminology for us, right? And then it's like, we're not serious, and it's like, okay, after the protest, what are the actions required, right? And then what are the tools we engage in these processes? We launched the Youth Voice Survey so that we could reach out to more people, not just within our space, not just within Nigeria, and then not just people that are educated. So regardless of your educational background, what we launched, we used the Youth Voice Survey as a tool to reach out to more youths, to engage and participate more in the democratic processes. And then while we were doing this, we understood that there are so many other people who do not have access to internet. And then what did we do? We used the USSD code, where you could use your mobile devices to just dial a code and then answer the survey, just so that you're informed, you're aware. What are the issues you're facing as Nigerians? What are the things you want for a Nigeria of our dream? So we wanted to go beyond awareness. We wanted it to go beyond just protesting. We wanted it to transition to action. And then we needed to take that action to ensure that it's not just, it's not just your people within your space. You wanted to reach out to more, we wanted to reach out to more people. So we used that platform as one tool, right, as one thread. And then we know that right now, the world is growing digitally. We're technologically advancing daily, right? And then now we have the AI. We have other web platforms that we could use. And then in 2020, as part of the program of the From Protest to Action, we also launched the Youth Action Do Something platform. So basically what the platform was for was to, engage youth so that they can voice out their concerns, just the same way you can do the same thing on other social media handles. You can use that platform to share your ideas, your views, your opinion on what you think is important for a new Nigeria. And then while we did that, we made this very, very easy, so that you don't have to have the app on your phone to do that. You could use the web platform. It was very easy and very accessible. That's one platform we use. And then also what we did is, we got to understand that this platform, it created room for more engagement and robust participation. It amplified the voices of the youth. I think we had over 16,000 responses from the Youth Voice Survey, which went far, right? 16,000 for just a survey for local people. And then while the USSD code actually had over 200,000. That is to tell you the magnitude of the people who do not even have access to internet, right? But we were able to leverage that tool to ensure that more people engage in political processes. Just like he mentioned, Lasisi mentioned, talked about platforms that could make you go viral or make you popular as a celebrity. I know most times we don't like to use, we try to be very, very formal. we want to ensure that, okay, we want to be very formal. Sometimes there are things, you could use drama, movies, short clips to also pass your message across to different people. And that's where creative comes in, and that's where content creation comes in. We don't always have to be, serious. You could use basic things that could also cut across to younger youth, people within the age, people that are teenagers, that will also look up to you, but that will get the message faster, right? We could use those engagements and platforms like content creation to ensure that more people are more actively engaged. And then also it's important to know that mentorship is very, very important. Mentorship, trainings is very, very important as one tool that is required for engagement, for robust engagement. And then another thing another tool we should use as youth is collaboration. We need to learn to collaborate and co-create solutions. You can't do it on your own, neither can I do it on my own. When we were doing the From Protest to Action, we knew it was important to reach out to political leaders, and so we had to partner with the Nigerian Youth Parliament, who had various conversations and town halls in their various constituencies. I think these are the tools we need to ensure that we learn to go with. Like Joshua mentioned, they said if you want to go far, you go with people. But if you go with people, but if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you need to go with people, and that is where co-creation comes in, collaboration comes in. It is very, very important. You cannot always, it is very important to, reach out to organizations, individuals that have, worked on similar projects that you may have interest in. For example, I'm going to use the Nigerian Youth Voice survey that we did. When we started that survey, we knew that we needed to reach more people. And how do we do it? How do we ensure that that was possible? The Nigerian Youth Parliament, they are already a youth organization. They are already a youth organization, right? And they work more with you. They have more networks. They could reach out to more people. And then when we had reached out to them, we made them understand that they had to ensure that everybody within their constituency, local communities, can also engage with that platform using either their phones, their internet, or the USSD. Those are one tool that is important. And while we were doing this, we also engaged with Instagram, like he mentioned, and then TikTok, to ensure that we had a little bit of content to reach out to people that would be able to, get the information and understand it better. So it's not just focusing on, okay, what do we want from a Nigeria? We're doing research. Research can be boring. It can be, as a researcher myself, I know how boring sometimes it gets. And then sometimes you're having a lot of stress and seeing that you're not even getting it. But when you are able to pass the information, you simplify it. It could be like a documentary like what we watched. It could be like a content or something very short, just to ensure that you pass your message, right? Those are tools that we can use: mentorship, collaboration, partnership, co-creation, use of AI, use of other technology platforms, and then all of that. So I think that's my own contribution and the tools that we can use for engagement. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Benita. Thank you so much, Benita. I mean, it's amazing the kinds of things we see when we want to engage youth-led populations in respect to being active in political processes and all of that. So, Franca, there's so much that you do with youth-led populations. So yes, so there's so much that you do with youth-led populations in respect to SDG 4, in engaging policy education to drive population knowledge and attitudes and, practices towards achieving the SDGs. So in respect to looking at how young people could get active and participatory in political processes and civic matters, how do you think policy education comes in as itself? Because yes, it's different to know. It's different to have the routine ABC knowledge of all of this. But then there's also knowledge that comes with in-depth understanding of all of these issues. So how exactly do you think education comes in as itself to helping young people get active in processes that has to do with politics, and then also engaging other fellow youths like them based on the work that you've done all over the years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It seems we are carried away by the package being shared. Okay, so as an advocate for quality education, when it comes to political system and processes, education is very, very vital, and that's why it is captured as the SDG for quality education. Nelson Mandela said education is a weapon that can change the world. So if you want to change the world, then you think education. Now, talking about education, I'm not just referring to going to school. I'm also talking about knowledge, exposure, and experiences. Okay, talking about experiences, I would like to make an example of something I didn't learn in school. Rather, I learned it when I had the opportunity to attend yearly RLC. So that's education on its own, but now not going to the class, not going to school. So there are some experiences that we gain without necessarily going to the four corners of a classroom. So Nelson Mandela said if we want to change the world, then we should think education, because education is a weapon that can change the world. When individuals are educated, they tend to behave well. There are certain things that an educated person will never do because such person is educated. So as an individual, as a person, if you claim you are educated, if you hold a PhD or you are even a professor, but you don't do these three things I'm about to mention, which is behave well, think wise, and act right. If you don't do these three things, I'm sorry, I don't consider you educated. So if we say we are educated, if we say we have experiences, we have the exposures, we have the knowledge to be leaders, then it should be seen from our action. It should be heard from how we speak. Action speaks, they say. So when the youth are well informed and educated, they act right, they think wise, and they behave well in the society. Certain things they will not do because they know what they are out for, because they know the change they are out to make. And so they will also be able to know their rights. It's from being educated that you know your rights. For instance, conferences like this, where you're being educated to tell you that, okay, it's not all about demanding a seat or demanding to go to the table. It's about starting with your own self. What do you know as a person? When you get to the table, what are you going to offer? So organizing conferences like this that educate and enlighten and sensitize the youth on what political system is all about is the way forward, and that can be achieved through education. And so education is very vital, and I'm very, very sure with education we can go a long way. Now, let me repeat, I am not just talking about going to class. Programs as this, conferences, seminars that will expose you, that will give you experiences, that you will sit and hear people talk, that you will learn and add to what you have. That's how education can be effective in this democracy.
So much, Franca. Based on all of what you've said, it's evident that routine education is no longer just enough. Mr. Morris, in respect to the work that you've also done at Amnesty International, we are looking at how exactly do you see quality education? Can you hear me now? Yes. So, Mr. Morris, like I said, based on the precepts we've discussed, looking at political participation, looking at the SDGs that lead up to having young people engage in political processes, how exactly do you look at being a human rights advocate? Because I mean, young people come out these days to protest. They come out to address their grievances and all of this. So, but then there's also the backlash from government I mean, look at the reception we had based on the protest results. I was, lucky and privileged enough to be one of the young people invited to the House State of Assembly for a dialogue a day before the protest, discussing and liaising with the government on how they should, receive the young people's grievances. But then the total opposite was the case. So in respect to looking from the human rights lens point of view, how exactly do you see young people getting protected? That's one, because yes, we are uncomfortable. Yes, we are addressing our grievances in respect to the challenges we face. But how exactly do we also protect ourselves from backlash from ill-meaning individuals? Because also, the government might have their own side, but also as young people, there are young people that are used as tools of violence. So coming from the human rights advocacy kind of perspective, in just briefly, 1-2 minutes, just explain to us and shed light on that specific area.
Thank you very much, Pastor C, right? So it's very disturbing that during the protests, particularly in Abuja, there were videos of people being given 1,000 naira to pose as pro-government protesters. And we thought it was a social media stunt until you see the government agencies bringing them in buses to the stadium, and they had pro-government banners, and we are willing to attack the protesters, and indeed at Ojota, they attacked the protesters in Lagos. So, and these are young people. So I think we need a lot of education, training and retraining on political participation, and particularly on our mindsets as youths. But I always know, as someone who has been there before, that because the youths are not politically empowered, they can fall prey to anything. So there's nothing we can address if we don't address that aspect of, economically empowering youths. You asked a very important question, and that might yet be the answer to your, most of us here are civil society people. That's why we're here, because we like civil work. Most of us work in NGOs. Most of us have our own. Most of us have our own registered, some not registered. But the question is this: how many of us have ever accessed a grant? If you have, raise up your hand. How many of us have gotten grants? Only maybe about 8 people. How many of us work in the civil society, in the NGO sector? Almost all of us. How many of us know how to write application for grants? Only very few. You see, even in the midst of our work, the main tool for our work, we don't have it. So when I say that we need education, you are right, it is not just formal education. We need a lot of training, or even how to work in this sector. Because when you become economically empowered and become influential, that you can even come out as a young man. Like Samson Itodo of Yaga Africa can come and say anything on TV about what the government is doing, and nobody will arrest him. Because one, he has the tool. He has the platform, he's economically empowered, he's socially empowered. So if the only takeaway you have from me here is, please, let's form groups. Those of us that know how to write application for grants and how to access grants. It starts from registering your NGO. You have a website. You do your programs. You are living here. The feedback from the program, the pictures, the videos, begin to update your website. Ask your website the developer for access on how to post contents on your website. So you don't need to get back to the developer every time you have anything. You begin to build your profile. How many of us know how to apply for a UN job here? Only very few. How many of us know how to do a CBI, competence-based interview? When you're applying for one job that everybody in the whole world is applying, for instance, UN job, or amnesty job, all the big jobs. How many of us know how to do a CBI? So we need a lot of training outside the walls of the school so that we can flourish in this sector. We can now have a voice and become both economically and socially empowered to now want to hold public office. I think I can just stop here. But if there's need for a training on all of this, we can always see how the civil society sector can work together and facilitate. I'm very happy with those that raise their hand here that they can do grants application and they know the process to apply at the EU, MacArthur Foundation, all the major funders. Then one thing with NGO work too, why most NGOs cannot access grants. I am privileged to know this because of what I do. If you have your NGO specialized in one thing, Don't have an NGO that you register in the CAC, you do death penalty, you do children, you do women, you do girls, you do democracy, you do criminal justice. No funder will take you serious. They look, if you don't have any area of specialization, forget, go back to the CAC and change your constitution of your NGO. Specialize in one area you think you can do well and begin to master in it. That anybody calls you any day, anytime. You don't need to look at any book. He's getting a lot of this, and he knows what I'm saying. It's only your specialty that any organization can give you funding. Even if people in media, at the table is assessing a lot of media. Solomon Kolawole, from this day, from Makata Foundation, because of his own style of investigative journalism. So let's begin to measure on something, build our competence outside our certificates, and then we'll begin to assess the benefits that come from working in this sector. There we can get influence, we can become economically empowered, and then we can be able to participate in the democratic process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's been a fully packed session. I hope, I see we have this session streaming live on YouTube, so you can always go back to go listen and jot down some points. So I will be rounding up now. We'll just be having one statement, and I will pick one thing from Maurice when he said, it's important to have expertise in this particular field, which is in respect to having a particular niche you want to concentrate into. So that is also key. For Benita, I would want you to just give me just one statement, a take-home statement for young people here. They are going back home, and they've attended an International Youth Day event with NGYouthSDG Network, Oxfam in Nigeria, with a lot of partners, Area I, the United Nations, and every other CSOs that are here. So what exactly do you want young people to take home in respect to youth in governance, youth in politics, youth in civil participation? In just one statement, just give me one thing for youth to take home.
All right. I think for me, the take home would be to focus on one thing. Nobody sees value and deny that value. So you have to make yourself valuable. Focus on something that would be able to bring what value wherever you go. If you want to sit at the table, they need to know that you are of value, right? That is very important. And then another statement, sorry, permit me, is to always learn to collaborate, co-create. When you're focusing on something, you need to also understand that there are people who have done something similar that are better than you. You can also connect with them, collaborate with them, so that your idea would reach the people that it's supposed to reach. Thank you.
So same thing, Frankie.
Okay, you said one.
Just one statement for youth to take home. I know it's hard, but just try to measure up everything to a single statement.
Assisi, please, you forgive me. But I'm totally confused because Mr. Morris asked how many of us have applied for grants, and only few hands were up. How many of us know how to apply? Few hands. How many of us have ever applied for UN job or knows how to apply? Few hands. What is happening? And then we come here, we're talking, we want to be in the table. You go and sit down and do what? Please ask your neighbor, what will you go and offer in the table?
Please ask your neighbor, what would you offer at the table?
What will you offer?
What are you going to offer at the table?
You're going empty-handed? Then what's the difference between you and those people there? Okay, so
one statement. Okay, I think I would help you. Take something to the table.
That's just it.
Take something to the table.
These conferences and seminars are actually good because I feel we are telling ourselves the truth. We're telling ourselves the truth. Let's start from there. Telling ourselves the truth. We cannot go empty-handed. We cannot give what we don't have. So I feel what I will have to tell you, or what I have to tell you today, is please have something. Develop, grow yourself, read, expose yourself, have experiences, make research. Just have something to offer. Thank you so much, and I wish us all a happy International Youth Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have come to the close of this panel session. I think we've had an amazing time, have we not? Did we have an amazing time? So we've spoken about a lot in respect to youth participation in governance and all of that. And one key thing I would say I've picked was the fact that collaboration is key. Collaboration is the new innovation. It's important for you as a young person to have a particular skill, have a particular niche, have a particular expertise in which you want to grow competence in before you begin to seek visibility, before you begin to seek publicity. Have something to be brought to the table. So at the end of the day, when you do have the chance to bring something to the table, then you can flourish at that table. You can find competence, you can find the publicity you seek, and then find the recognition you so deserve. So thank you so much to everyone. It was a pleasure having you. But we'll be closing. I want us to just do a little game so we can all stand up. So permit me, can I hold your hands, please? Okay, so I want us to do a little game. Are we all together? Hello? Are we all together? The greatest Nigerian students. The greatest Nigerian students. Nigerian youth. Say Gbogbo. Nigerian youth. Nigerian youth. I'm not an alluter, so please forgive me. So we'll just do a little game. I would raise our hands and we'll say Nigerian youth and we'll say SDGs. Are we good? Nigerian youth, SDGs. So Nigerian youth. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for the panel moderator and the panelists. Please, a round of applause. So we're going to do something real quick. I want to crave your indulgence. If you're sitting in the front row, help me move at least 10 chairs. Bring it forward and let it face the crowd. We want to take our group photograph. That's what, so we're trying to rearrange. I'd also need you to assist the ushers. Please, can you help me? Let's arrange chairs from this end down there. So we're going to have a number of people sit down, and then some people will come and sit up here while others will file behind them. Do we understand what we're doing? I was told that we'll do one in here. So please help me. I think they should be able to take at least 10, 11 or more chairs. Can we have the camera person please help us so that we are sure that you're able to cover what we're arranging? So it will be in a form of a U shape, I believe. I need chairs up here too. I will need help. So we'll bring some chairs on the platform as well. Please, we're going to have a group photograph. It's a U shape. Can we bring some up here? Some people are going to come here, so please, let's get up from our seats. We're coming to take group photograph. Some people will have to sit up here while others will file behind them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we have more chairs come up? And please, let's all file up. We'll just settle, sit down. Some people will have to file behind. Please make your way up to the podium. Let's take a group photograph. Thank you very much. Okay, we're waiting for you for the group photograph. Please, can you help me get our attention? You need to be in the photo. All right, so remember that this is a 2-day event. The venue for tomorrow is not here. So you would have to scan the barcode. There'll be a barcode that will be displayed on the screen. It's the first come, first serve. First set of people to register will be admitted for tomorrow's event. So please take note. Once the barcode comes up, do well to scan. It won't happen here. The location will be available to only those who register. And it's first come, first serve. So I encourage you to look out for when the barcode comes up. Thank you. Maxwell, please can you... Please join the group photograph. If you're outside, please come in so that we can take a group photograph. Thank you very much. Also, I want to encourage you, by the time you're leaving the hall, please ensure that you do not leave your waste behind. Thank you.
God they see in me. Hallelujah. Give me the walk, but it's heavy on my palms. I watch my walk, cause they heavy on your heart. You hit my line, but I'm talking to my mom. And when it's time, I'll be talking to the God. When the money day, that is where I'm at. Any IEP, I can play my part. Iki Gogoro, my gumi, no you beautiful. No, there's no bad. Every money day, that is where I'm at. Any IEP, I can play my part. Iki Gogoro, my gumi, no you beautiful. Beautiful.
Now go dance for you, Michael Jackson. Mama always say, son, have mercy on me. The angels never forsake me. Hallelujah, I'm already getting. Used to play my part. Sometimes I pray and fast.
I will let you know when it's time to take a photo. The photographers are trying to capture the moment, just to make sure that their lens captures everyone. So please be patient. Thank you. I want to encourage you, don't be camera shy. Please, you can still join in the photo. Thank you.
I'm leading a life that can clean me for my passion. Burn out this money and live it in my ashes. The Lord is blessing, I'll see if I can match it. If something's coming, I see it.
Ajibola, please let's know when it's time to take the photo. Thank you.
To be real, I'm still eating off my last hit.
Are we ready? I don't mean you, I mean the photographer. Well, they're almost set, please. Let's be a little bit more patient.
Show my family, show my laptop, Timba Bewa, show my kako, show my money problem, Pelu boys, Tabaja, Kapada, Masalo, Canada. If I travel today, give my pile, Baba. I'm a man.
Everybody say International Youth Day.
Baby, me show the da. Baby, so I give you feedback. Body do the da, oh yeah. What would you do that? Show me capital business. Show me character dickiness. Can you wake up around 4:30? To make breakfast for me. Nobody let you give me. Gimme, come back on me Chiti. Gimme, come back on me Chiti. Long time ago, I said no okay, if you make me conform. Oh yeah, okay, me more corner. So now what you want? Now I run up. Oh yeah, very gentle girl. I pick you up, and you pick it girl. Mama say I don't fall in love. And my papa say I'm a child love. Baby show up, show me the meeting call. I know my jack. You lay your money problem. Melanin, popping. Baby, me show the time. Baby, so I give you feedback. Money do the oh yeah. What will you do? Show me capital business. Show me character weakness. Can you wake up and unfortunate?
We are make we ginger, make we ginger. Go follow your lead, you be leader. When you kill it, that is something we do.
Yes, entirely.
But for me, okay.
Please keep your eyes on the screen. The barcode is up. Go and scan it. You will get the information for tomorrow's event. Please let's welcome Aliyu, the communications manager for Nigerian Youth SDGs, to give us the closing remark. Aliyu, the closing remarks, please. Thank you. Do well to scan it. It's first come, first serve. Thank you. Aliyu, can we have the closing remarks? Thank you. My name is Moreni Keji Olonilua, and I'm Reni. You can follow me across all social media platforms, and I'll follow you back. Connect with me, and I'll see you at another event. Thank you.